Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are here to watch day 5 of the Tanner Horner trial happening in Fort Worth, Texas. He is facing the death penalty and the jury will have to deliberate on that. If you are new to the case, please check out the playlist that's linked in the description box for you. I'll also later put it in the pinned comments for you. And speaking of pinned comments, that's where the timestamps will be if you're watching the replay and you just want to skip to maybe something you missed. You know, I'll put all the timestamps in the pinned comment and in the description box. Please like and share so that others can also know that we are live right now. If you're watching live with me, then you'll know. Unless you're new here, we like to start later than the court feed so that we can hopefully skip over the lunch break later, right? So we don't stare at the wall for an hour. Welcome to all the new members. Happy birthday to Rob McMullen, who's a patron and a member. Thank you so much, Rob. And Kayla, thank you for your sticker. That's nice. Thank you so much for that already. Okay, so are we ready to watch day 5? We're in the punishment phase, right? So if you don't know about it, then in phase 1 of this trial, because it's a death penalty case, we were going to see the evidence that the jury would have to deliberate on for guilt or innocence. However, on day 1, Tanner Horner decided, you know what, I'm going to plead guilty. So he pleaded guilty, and that fast forwarded us to phase 2, which is the penalty phase or the punishment phase of the trial. The state said that they're kind of going to still show the jury all the evidence anyway, as well as the aggravating factors to motivate why Tanner Horner should be sentenced to death. And then the defense will have their turn to have their case where they're going to present the mitigating factors. Ooh, I'm not looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of poor Tanner, you know what I mean? Like, shame this poor guy. Anyway, so we will get there. All right, are we ready to bring up the court feed? Thank you to Grizzly Cat for these beautiful pictures she finds of the victims, and she edits them so nicely. Look at that picture. It's so lovely. So let's go here. Put this here. Okay. Also, shame. Athena's mom said on Facebook, please, I am begging. If you have any respect for me at all, please stop tagging me in posts with Tanner Horner in them, and especially the van still image of him taking my daughter. Why would people do that? Why? I don't understand. Like, why would Athena's mom have to ask, please don't tag me in pictures of him, especially the one including the van? You know what I mean? Like, why? Please don't do that. I hope no one here does that. I don't think anyone here would. I just don't know. Okay, let's put the sound on and go to where they started. There's Tanner Horner, 34 years old. And yeah, here we are at his trial in Texas. There we go. The sound just came on a little bit. Ashley said, oh man, why do people do that? I know, right? Yes, sir. Genevieve said, who does that? I don't know. On Facebook. Pernille, who does that? Mm-hmm. She did further write, so Maitland Presley Gandy is her Facebook. She said, it lives in my head without the frequency I've been tagged in it. I've been looking at him for nearly 3 years now. I know exactly what he looks like, whether he loses or gains weight or changes his facial hair. I know no one has meant to do this out of malice, but it hurts all the same. Thank you in advance. Wow. So yeah, please don't tag pictures, including Tanner Horner. Don't tag Athena's mom. And especially not the van photo. That is a very scary photo. Shame. All right, we're not there yet. Here's Athena's mom, and here's her dad.
seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. Mr. Barry, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. Investigator Yaro, welcome back. I wanted to ask you a few more questions from your testimony on Friday. We talked about an incident at the Wise County Jail related to Tanner Horner that occurred after he had been incarcerated, in which there was, I believe, an attempted suicide that you then investigated. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of that investigation, kind of tell me just a synopsis of what you did.
The synopsis of the scene was I entered the cell. Horner had already been transported to the hospital at that time. My initial is just like any other scene. We're going to photograph the scene in its entirety. We're going to start by taking overall photographs. We're going to move to mid-range. We're going to move to close-ups.
Slow down a little bit. So you took a number of photographs?
I did, sir.
Okay. And prior to court today, did I have you look at some photographs?
Yes, sir, I did.
That were part of the photographs that you took that day?
Yes.
In addition to taking photographs, did you take some items into evidence?
I did.
And were some of those items documents?
Yes.
Okay. Specifically, what type of documents?
Handwritten letters, sir.
Okay. And may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So I think these letters that they're referring to, the notes found in Tanner Horner's jail cell would be from May of 2023. And it was when he had attempted to self-delete. And they found a note, they found like letters in his cell. So I'm thinking that's what they're talking about, right?
Investigator Yaro, I am going to show you what has been marked in State's Exhibit number 276, 277, 278. There's no 279. There's no document for that. 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285. Have you seen those today?
Yes, sir.
Are those...
So it would have been when he was in jail for 6 months, because Athena was abducted and murdered on November 30th of 2022. Tanner Horner has not only confessed to doing that and killing Athena, who was only 7 years old, but after he dropped off a package at their house, which was in a Walmart box, and it was Barbies that he dropped off for Athena. It was intended for her as a Christmas gift. That was November 30th, 2022, and by December 2nd, he was arrested of 2022. So if this was around May of 2023, yeah, it's about 6 months later, he apparently tried to take himself out, and there was a letter found in his cell.
Photographs that you took at the time you were investigating this attempted suicide?
Yes.
And are they true and correct as to what they represent in those photographs?
Yes.
You also have the original documents with you if they needed to be entered for purposes of the record.
Yes, I do.
And are these photos, are they true and correct copies of the original documents?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 276, 277, 278, no exhibit for 279, and then 280, 281, 282, 283, 284, and 285.
Thank you. All in tanks said the gentleman on the stand had a detached retina surgery, and those are his prescription glasses with the darkening lenses for his eye condition. Thank you for reminding everyone, because maybe someone didn't see, therefore, and they didn't know. So I really appreciate that.
No objections.
State's Exhibits 276 through 278. and 280 through 285.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to display State's Exhibit number 276. What are we looking at in State's Exhibit 276?
So that's the built-in bench within the cell, and on top of the built-in bench are the sealed letters that I recovered from the scene.
And did you lay them out in this manner, or were they that way when you took the photograph?
They were laid out in that manner.
Was there anybody else in that cell besides the defendant, other than the Mercy personnel, that before you took these photographs?
No.
And if we look at these photographs, I'm going to ask you to go from the top to the bottom and read what the envelope says. Can you see that?
For Athena's family.
Okay, that's the first envelope.
Yes.
Second envelope.
Oh dear. He wrote a letter that said for Athena's family and then one detectives only. Okay.
Detectives only.
Okay. Third envelope.
It's to Legacy Church.
Okay. Fourth envelope.
And then to Melissa Horner and Jackie, I'm not sure the last name.
Okay. And then finally,
And then to Cassie something.
okay. So with regard to that, then those individual documents, did you take those things into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And so now we're going to look at State's Exhibit number 277. Is that the evidence bag you collected those things in?
Yes, sir, it is.
And you have that actually with you today, correct?
I do.
All right. Now with regard to 278, we're now looking at just a more close-up photograph of the envelope to Athena's family. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And inside of that envelope, did it have a handwritten letter?
Yes.
So now we're going to look at 280. Okay, this is 280. Is this the true and correct copy of that handwritten letter, the front side of it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask to be able to publish this record by reading it into the record.
Okay.
Thank you. To Athena's family, I wanted to start by saying how sorry I am about Athena. The entire time I've known my legal counsel, they've continued to tell me how I don't need to apologize, shouldn't apologize until the trial, and frankly, I can't hold it in any longer. I've done a terrible thing to your family, and I'm sorry. I can't tell you how many countless nights I've stayed awake, unable to sleep. I pray for you, for all of you. So many were affected by my breakdown. Not just your family, but my own as well. You'll never get to see your baby girl grow up, and I'm sorry. Now my son is going to grow up without his father and protector. I owe it to you all to explain where my mind is at. Let me start by saying that I have Asperger's syndrome. In other words, I'm on the autism spectrum. I don't...
Oh, no, no, no. We're not even in the mitigating factors yet, and, here we are with Tanner Horner putting himself there. The detached language, the distancing language, saying, from my breakdown, I know you've all been affected by my breakdown. No, by you, literally you and your actions. You killed a little girl. You abducted and killed a 7-year-old girl. Yeah, but let me tell you about my breakdown, okay? And then every diagnosis that I seem to have given myself. I don't know if he's been diagnosed or not with any of the stuff that he says, but like, I just have to pause because we're actually going to have to buckle up now. We're going to have to buckle up to hear all this crap, right? It's not what I thought it would be. It's terrible. Sharon says, justice for little Athena, so savagely ripped from this world. Yes, thank you so much for your support.
Do well with change or things that are unpredictable in nature. When I first started out as a driver at FedEx, I was given a singular route, and that route wouldn't change for a while. After a bit, my employer started making random changes to my route, adding stuff from other routes so they could make more money. I don't do well with change. Again, I can have meltdowns when unexpected changes to my daily routine happen. It was so bad one day I started to have a suicidal episode. I had to leave early that day or I was going to walk myself into oncoming traffic. The only thing that stopped me was thinking of my son growing up without his father. So I took off for a week and sought out help. I got put on medication and a week later I was back at work. I've let my employers know how I needed to keep consistent routine and I wouldn't have any issues. However, I was ignored. When I returned, they did the opposite of what was good for someone like me. They made me a floater. They put me on a different route every day, every time, going on to the next page. Now we're going to go on to State's Exhibit number 281. Is this a true and correct copy of the second page of that document, Investigator Yaro?
Yes.
Okay. May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I reminded them that I needed to be on a routine. It was like it would go in one ear and out the other. My mental health started to steadily get worse because of it. I couldn't just quit either. I had a son and I had to take care of it. Then on top of all that, certain aspects of my home life started to fall apart as well. I guess they got sick of me constantly telling them I needed consistency because they sold me off to another company without me having any say in the matter. In hindsight, I'm starting to think they were attempting to get me to quit, which in retrospect was kind of scummy. After a while, with the new contractor I started with, Big Top Spin.
I just have to pause in between here and there. Oh, you think that was kind of scummy, says the child killer. The child killer is out here writing letters 6 months into being in jail as he's preparing for trial, which evidently took 3.5 years to get to, and writing this crap that he thinks is kind of scummy of a company to, in hindsight, he thinks. So it's just his thoughts. He thinks that maybe they were trying to get him to quit, and he says, which in retrospect was kind of scummy. Okay, I think he's scum of the earth entirely, so wow.
My life started to kind of fall back into place. I got a car again, but I was still consistently stressed and had multiple minor meltdowns because even this new company had no regard for my mental health because they still refused to put me on a consistent route. The holidays came and my stress only multiplied. They forced everyone to work 6-day weeks as volume got higher and higher. It was all the wrong place and the wrong time. I'm sorry I allowed my mental state to be unstable. I'm sorry I took your little angel away from you. She didn't deserve it. You all didn't deserve it. My son didn't deserve to lose his father. My mother didn't deserve to lose her son. My fiance didn't deserve to have her wedding day stripped from her. I pray that my death eases your suffering in some way. The only thing I ask for, forgiveness, and for you to remember my son and show him some grace and mercy.
Oh my word. The whole you didn't deserve goes in the same category of your fiance being stripped of her wedding day? A 7-year-old being killed? Sorry. Athena and her family did not deserve this. Also, my fiance didn't deserve to not have a wedding day, and my mother didn't deserve to lose a son. And then also, whoa, this guy, yeah, he really shouldn't have written this, hey? At all. Like, listen to your counsel. What's the lesson here? What your lawyers tell you, just do that. Okay, don't do any of this. This is so embarrassing and also infuriating, right? Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. Get ready.
For he no longer has his father. I love you all and I'm sorry. Hannah Is that what it says?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now With that envelope, was there also a smaller piece of paper inside of that envelope?
Yes.
Okay. So now I'm going to go on to State's Exhibit number 281. Is this the front side of that smaller piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Side notes. FedEx Ground themselves are quite negligent when it comes to safety. They do nothing to make sure contractors' vehicles are actually road ready. Polaris and Big Topspin both tell their employees to lie under beginning and end of day expectation because it's a pain to unground vehicles.
Damn. You wrote side notes. Thank you, Carrie. What Tanner Horn is cosplaying conditions based on stereotypes. Oh my. So side notes. FedEx Ground themselves are quite negligent when it comes to safety. You know what I'm saying? Sorry. I know it's not directly FedEx's fault, but they're also responsible, even though he's a contract worker, right? He was working for Big Top Spin. Now he's worried about the contractor's vehicles are road ready. Bro, you're the killer driving the vehicle. That's the issue. That's the big issue. Okay, he brings up all these minor issues. That does not help, you know, in comparison to what he did. Having a child killer and a child predator, wow, and a rapist as a driver is the problem. Not that he had the charges back then, you know what I mean? Alleged essayist. So that FedEx wouldn't have known. If they did the checks, they wouldn't have known about those charges that he got after being arrested, after people came forward. But really? You're going to bring this up? This is the letter you're going to write. This is what you're going to do when you think you're departing the earth. This is what you're going to leave? Well, I really, really hope he doesn't get on the stand.
And then the back side also had some writing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to go on to State's Exhibit number 283. I hope this letter both helps you ease your suffering and helps with your case against FedEx. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I forgot.
Okay, then. He hopes it eases their suffering. Are you crazy? It won't at all. Helps you with your case against FedEx. There's a big case against you. A death penalty case, in fact. Okay.
One thing I want to go back to the top of State's Exhibit 281. We did not read this part. It says, little asterisk says, just know I have found God through all of this. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now,
Your Honor, we would ask that the state read everything. He omitted the closing.
I believe you skipped one line at the very end, just there.
at the very end. Oh, I apologize. I did write, I love you all, and I'm sorry. Okay, so with love and sorrow and remorse, I love you all, and I'm sorry, Tanner Horner.
The defense is like, there's a very important word there on that letter. Remorse. You guys forgot to read that. Read it again. Oh, okay. With love and sorrow and remorse. I love you all. Who is that? You all. Because he wrote to Athena's family, and then he said sorry to his own mother and fiance. So I love you all? He doesn't know what love is.
Is that the part? Susan? Now, in addition to this letter, the other letter I want to talk about is the one that said for detectives only. All right?
Yes, sir.
So we're going to go to State's Exhibit number 284. This is the envelope. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And inside of that envelope, did it have a one-page letter with that?
Yes.
And may I publish this, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Detective, my family is in danger. It's 2 days before my arraignment date, and I'm worried that I'll be killed either to or from my way to court. The day Athena was killed, I wasn't the only one involved. When I pulled up to the house, an older man had pulled a rifle on me and demanded my wallet. It's weird, he almost expected me to be there. After he checked my wallet, he gave me instructions. After handing me my wallet back, he told me to take the girl and bring her to a specific spot. parentheses, the area with the tall grass bamboo, in parentheses. He gave me a change of clothes for the girl and told me to have her changed into them before handing her over to him. He had threatened my family and I didn't know what to do, so I just went along with it. Don't tell the media, BTW. ID.
Don't tell the media. Okay, different stories for different people, huh? Dear Athena's family and my own. Hey, detectives, for detectives only. Here's a new narrative for you to try. There was some older man, I don't know, that held me at gunpoint and he made me do it. He even brought a change of clothing. Are you crazy, bro? This is a lot.
If he's going to do something. If I'm killed on the way to or from the courthouse, I'll assume it was him. When I handed her over, she seemed like she knew him. It kind of freaked me out when she calmed down after seeing him. I shut my headlights off and followed them, and I saw him park his truck by that creek. The next day, I went by there after work and saw the girl's body. I put her body in the water. I needed to get this out, even if it was just in writing. Don't tell the media. Don't tell my family. They'll tell the media. Don't tell the family of Athena until after their lawsuit against FedEx goes through. This is between me and you, detective. As long as it stays between us, my family stays safe. I'll gladly keep the blame as long as they're safe. The man was older, probably 50s, gray hair, short military-style haircut, kind of fat, with a bit of upper body muscle. I handed him the girl's clothes when I gave him her. I either missed the pants or he put them back on the truck somehow. I'm not sure. But 3 times he asked me about the cameras on the FedEx truck. Unless y'all find him, keep it from everybody. I don't want my family hurt. I'm sorry I've been a burden on y'all. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
He made up a whole fictional character. This is a bit of a theme, hey? The last few trials we were. Nicholas Casotis made up Jim McIntyre. Then, this hasn't gone to trial yet, but the Sonia Exelby case, I put out the full police interview of Dwayne Hall. He made up a whole Harold Hydrangea. That's what he called him. And this guy, Tanner Horner, is now making up a whole other character, blaming him for it. Like, never mind Zero. It's not just Tanner and Zero anymore. This is some other guy now. What a description as well.
We can turn the lights back on. With regard to that, in one of those letters, is he taking responsibility?
Yes,
Which one?
the first.
Okay. What about the other one?
No.
Is he blaming it on somebody other than himself?
Yes.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Not yesterday, but last Friday, when you were testifying, we admitted a number of pictures of the clothing that you took out of the defendant's locker. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And I believe we admitted maybe one or two of those items. We didn't admit all of the ones that I had meant to admit. So I want you to look at a couple of things. State's Exhibit number 227 can you tell us do you recognize that person?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us what it is?
This is going to be the suspect's underwear, sir.
Okay. And did you collect those and take them into evidence after you did whatever processing that you were going to do?
I did.
Okay. And what kind of processing did you do on them?
I collected more photographs in the lab, and then I also took swabs.
After doing that, did you seal them up in this package?
Yes.
And were they then later transported somewhere else, and there's some type of an opening on the bag to indicate that they were processed at a different location, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you to all the Grizzlies that help to answer questions in chat when newbies to the case come in and ask, like, why is he wearing sunglasses? Which we went over for hours and hours and hours on day 4. This witness is wearing sunglasses because he had eye surgery and he's got sensitivity to light.
Your Honor, at this time I'll offer the evidence that is Exhibit 227.
Your Honor, we object as to relevance. This evidence was collected 3 days after the event, and there is no testimony that this was the underwear that he was wearing at the time of the incident.
Objection to Rule States Exhibit 227 is removed.
Now, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 228. Can you tell me what that is?
Yes, sir. This is actually a long hair that I collected off of the inside of his underwear.
Okay. And was that also, appears, opened later at a lab
Yes.
and looked at?
Yes.
I will offer the evidence State's Exhibit 228.
We do have the same objections for all of these exhibits. If they're all, I'll let you, what I'm saying is if you have the same objections, you don't have to repeat it. I would just assume it's the same objection.
Well, I understand, Your Honor. The objection we have to this one is that this is... May we approach?
Yes.
Okay.
Dale Liesel said the inside of his what? Underwear. Ooh, they found a long hair on the inside of his underwear. And we don't really want to see his underwear again, right? We saw it on day 4. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. We got a bit of sidebar going here.
I'm going to offer, I'm going to withdraw our offer, Your Honor, State's Exhibit 228.
Okay.
Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 2, started with 227, now I'm going to jump back to 226. State's Exhibit 226, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit 226?
This will be the FedEx polo shirt that I collected.
Okay. And was that also processed by you, put into evidence, and sent later to a lab?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I will offer an evidence State's Exhibit 226.
Your Honor, that would be the same objections.
Okay. That you had for 227.
Correct, Your
Okay.
Honor, and I believe that will be for the next few items as well.
Okay. Those objections are overruled. States 226.
And then finally, I'm going to focus on State's Exhibit 229. Can you tell me what State's Exhibit 229 is?
Yes, sir. This is going to be the suspect's pants. It's going to be his blue jeans that were collected from the bag at the jail.
Okay. And these were what he was wearing at the time he was arrested, correct?
Yes.
I will offer State's Exhibit 229 in evidence.
Same objections.
Yes, Your Honor.
They're overruled.
The defense is going to object to the pants, his pants, being admitted into evidence? Why? Also, this might be a bit late to say this, but my banner says redirect State ask because that's where we left off on day 4. So day 5, the redirect continues, right? Thank you so much, Sue, for the coffees. So the state had already done direct examination, then the defense did cross, and now this is redirect. Okay, from what I gather.
Both states exhibits 229 are admitted. And you may have running objections to all of these.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I will pass you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. That correct, Your Honor?
Maybe I'm wrong. Now they say cross-examination. I don't know. I just left the banner as we left it off on day 4. But okay, cross-examination. What are they going to argue about here now, right? In the penalty phase as well? Interesting. Stefan said, I would object to his pants too, but not the exhibit. True, true. Thank you, Sue Herman, for spoiling the mods with 9 delicious coffees.
Not on break.
Yeah, if you want to ask them, so you're fine.
Yeah, first witness, Your Honor.
Yes, absolutely.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as defense exhibits number 36 through 43, and I'd ask you to take a look at those.
Morning, Counselor. How are you today?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
As a part of your investigation into the suicide attempt at Wise County Jail, you didn't just take pictures of the letters involved, right?
Yes.
You took pictures of the entire cell.
Correct.
And on defense exhibits number 36 through 43, are those true and accurate representations of the cell as you saw it that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we offer states, I'm sorry, defense 35 through 43?
Okay. You said hang on. You said 36 to start out. Is
I
it
did.
35?
It is 35.
35 through 43. Any objections?
Only to, I don't have the number, but the one that was taken at the hospital was not taken by this witness and was not, he doesn't, he can't.
That objection is overruled. Defense exhibits 35 through 43 are admitted.
You have published, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
That's true. Lorraine Pellizzeri says, yes, it should be recrossed because that's true. The defense attorney kept calling the witness Your Honor on Friday. That was good. I made that a short as well for you guys. OMG, Becky said they recalled him so he could enter the letters into evidence. And oh, we wish they hadn't, right? None of us wanted to hear that. Tanner's letters, oh dear. Wow, okay, we could go forward a bit, hey? How about that?
Do you do any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Wait.
Thank you.
There you go.
Recorrect.
No further questions.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
No objections.
Thank you, sir. You're pretty good.
Thank you, sir.
Who do you have next?
Dave Rogers, Judge.
Is this one of the witnesses I need to do something outside the present?
Yes, Your Honor, we need a quick court hour on him, and then you have that vote.
Okay. Y'all retire to your jury room. I'll be calling you back out in just a few minutes.
I wish you said, go to your room again. That was so funny. Jurors, you just looked at them. Go to your room. Okay, so they're going to bring the next witness on and Dwyer him, question him, to
All right,
see what he
everyone
will
may be seated.
testify to before the jury comes in,
Let's get the witness.
Yes, sir.
just to make sure that all sides are happy with what he's going to say, right? Okay.
Good morning. Solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause will be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the true self you got.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. The rules in effect, so be sure to follow it, okay?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Jewell? Mr. Berry?
Yeah, well, it's my witness, Your Honor, but I don't know what they have questions for.
How do y'all want to
I
handle
can start, Your Honor.
Okay.
But the issue is going to be, I think he's going to be used to introduce state's exhibits, what's been marked state's exhibits 116 through 178.
Okay?
So,
And this is on your, out of your motion to eliminate?
yes.
Okay.
Well, I also would like to take him on board our see did he actually take those photographs. If not, who took them? How was he able to argue their admissibility? And then after that, I'd like the court to do a 403 due process evaluation to see whether they're more prejudicial or probative, whether they're cumulative, whether they tend to prove in fact that's irrelevant.
It would state hand me state's exhibits 160 through 176 and 178, and then Mr. Vogel, while you're doing your questioning, I can look at the exhibits. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And just so we also are introducing state exhibit 143 and 152 as well.
Do you need to see those?
No, Your Honor. I've looked at them already.
So do you anticipate that there would be any objections to 142 through 143, 143 through 152?
And the phone, that's 153, sorry.
Not for 143 to 149. I would ask move out from 50 to 152. Same question that you proposed.
Let me see 150 through 152.
And I don't know if he needs to see the ones I'm asking about.
If he needs to, I can hand them to him.
Yes, you-
So Kelly B says, everybody go to your room.
150 and 150.
150 through 153.
Thank you for your sticker.
153 is the physical phone, Judge.
I'm sorry?
153 is the physical phone.
Oh, okay. Okay,
There.
that's fine. Okay, Mr. Goebel.
Agent Rogers, I'm Steve Coble, one of the attorneys for Mr. Warner. Wanted to ask a couple of questions. I don't know if you're familiar. What's been pre-marked in State's Exhibit 150 is a photo of a phone to arrest van. And I put 12 to 22. Are you familiar with that photograph?
Yes, sir.
And were you the one who took that photograph?
I was not the one, but I was present.
Okay, so who took the photograph?
It was a photographer for our team, Lisa Redwine, I believe.
With the red line. So why would you be the officer testifying to this position?
As senior team leader, I'm the one who oversees the whole scene, so I would be present during all activities. To include being the person who is on the chain of custody.
And how many team members were present that day?
Say again?
How many team members were present on December 2nd for the arrest van search?
Approximately 9 people plus Weiss County Sheriff's Technician, Amy.
Same question for Clifton pre-marked state exhibit 151, photo of the phone in airplane mode from the same date. Did you take that photograph?
No, sir, I did not take a
Who
photograph.
took that photograph?
It would have been Lisa Redmond, the photographer.
And
I believe,
for,
I mean,
152.
I believe without looking at the photo log,
Hang on, so your question.
I have the same question for State's Exhibit 152, who took the photograph, and it's just a different thing from the rest of
same thing, same person.
And did you oversee any of those photos being taken?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean, did you direct them to be taken, or were you just there? What's that mean?
Correct, I was there.
Okay. And what happens to the, is this a digital camera? How does those actually get processed? How do they make it?
It's, yeah, our photographer shoots it on a SD card and then creates the disc.
Okay.
Yeah.
So she didn't give that SD card to you?
No, sir. That stuff is handed over to the Weiss County Sheriffs for their evidence.
Okay. She takes the photos, takes the SD card out, and gave it to Deputy Amy?
Yes, sir.
What about what's been marked State's Exhibit 153, the phone? Were you the one to see that?
The purple phone, the Samsung phone, or the Motorola phone with the purple case? Is that what we're talking about? I don't have the picture in front of me anymore, sir.
Yeah, I don't think the defense is watching our stream at all because we keep saying, please, defense, use a microphone. Oh my word, that would be amazing.
Judge, could you hand him State's Exhibit 150?
150, okay.
Yes, sir.
That's the phone we're talking about?
The one that was, yes. There's
Were you
one
the
that
one
was
that
collected.
located that?
I was there, I mean, I saw it inside the FedEx truck, yes, sir.
Okay, and you weren't the one that seized it?
I wasn't the one who collected it, but I was there when we gave it to the evidence over to Weiss County.
Okay, so who collected it?
It was Ashley Groover and Melissa Porter that collected it.
And they gave it to Deputy Amy?
So they collected, they put it in an evidence collected log, logging it into it. At the end of it, it is either myself or the team leader that gives over the evidence to the Weiss County.
So who is the team leader?
The team leader for that site was Tim Smiley, and I was a senior team leader.
What's been marked State Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178? Were you the person who took those photographs?
I am not the person who took the photographs. It was our photographer who did.
Which photographer was that?
It would have been Thomas Ainsworth, assisted by Lisa Redmond.
What was your role on that?
I was a senior team leader. I oversaw the planning and coordination of that recovery.
How many,
Panda Bear, is that what your name was? PH, Panda, said, can someone please explain what a voir dire is? So this is not the voir dire as in jury selection. This is the voir dire of a witness. And there we go, Panda Bear. You said, is it checking a witness before he or she comments before the court? Some help would be appreciated. It is where, let me just refer to my notes here from Uncle Google, so I don't botch it, okay, when I explain it. Okay, so in these U.S. trials, including Texas, where Tanner Horner is on trial, voir dire of a witness, that's what's happening here, refers to the preliminary examination or qualification hearing of a proposed witness. So normally it would be outside the presence of the jury. So it's basically, I don't know, in layman's terms, a practice round before the jury's there, just so that everybody can decide, meaning the counsel and the judge, can this witness testify to what they're going to testify to? You know, or are there going to be objections or motions filed against this, or what will happen, right? So that's pretty much it. I hope that helped.
people were on your team at that time?
Our full team showed up, but only 7 people took part in the actual recovery.
And when those photographs were taken, would that SD card have been given to Deputy Amy?
All of the items would have been given to Detective, Amy. I'm sorry.
State's Exhibit 177 is a diagram.
Mando said so much time and energy would be saved if they just gave the jury the unredacted audio from the van. They did. They listened to it on day 4. We, the public, didn't hear it. It wasn't streamed live. But everybody in the courtroom and the jurors heard that audio on Friday, on day 4 of this trial. So that's where the screens went blank for us for a bit, and thankfully we were behind on the feed, and we could just skip over that, but yeah, they heard it. So can you imagine they're still probably thinking about it, but they had to proceed with their weekend after hearing all that. Shame.
The diagram is that.
If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, it would be the FedEx camera that was busy recording. He was driving a FedEx van, Tanner Horner, right? And it was recording everything, and there's even a still image we've seen of Athena in the van, and then he covered the camera. And then it still recorded the audio. And what the state said, just listen to the opening statements. If you missed it, go to day 1, okay? How they described it. Oh my goodness. Tanner Horner attacking Athena for 40 minutes. The whole recording is an hour, right? But they first drove somewhere. But he tried to kill her multiple times within an hour span. So it must be absolutely horrifying to hear that. I worry for the jury. I mean, one could safely assume, I'm sure most don't follow true crime. And even if you did, it would be really traumatizing to hear that, right? And they had to hear it. They had to hear it on Friday.
What, number 177?
177.
And Your Honor, I don't believe that we're actually entering that in evidence.
I was going to say, I didn't see a 177.
That's fine.
Okay.
I got 176.
Okay, so you are supervising, you said 7 other people participating in that scene?
I was one of the 7, and I was assisting with the scene. I was actually involved in the scene.
Okay. And how many total were present?
6 plus me, which would make it 7.
Okay.
We're at the recovery. There's more of our team in the vicinity, but that's the ones that took place in the recovery was a total of 7.
That's pretty confusing. What does that mean on in the vicinity?
So we came from processing the other FedEx truck and then our whole team goes out there, and then it was my choice of who was selected to go down to recover the body.
Okay, were you directing the photographer which photographs to take?
I don't direct her specifically, but she knows that she has a certain role, and that is to take the entry photos, evidence photos, and exit photos.
And were you directing any of the people involved in evidence collection?
We had a plan before we went down to do the recovery, yes, sir.
So what does that mean you had a plan? You identified what they were collecting?
So how we are going to approach down, who is going to be in the water, who is going to be on the shore, how the photographs, where would we be taking the photographs at, how the body was going to be manipulated to take those photographs, and then to package or put the body into a body bag and then have it brought up to where it was released. So all of those was in plan.
Any questions, Ms. Dooley?
Just one. After the body recovery, were you physically in the water with the Athena Strand?
Yes, I was.
So you were there at the scene the entire time?
Correct.
objections?
As to each item, our objection will continue that he did not establish the chain of custody by himself. He was not directing the photographs to be taken. He was not identifying which items were to be seized. He was the supervisor, which is a role. And then they turned the FDA part over to someone else. So I don't think any of them are admissible for those purposes. As to items 160 through 178, excluding 177, we continue our objection under 403 and due process that they're cumulative, they are not relevant at this point. The court needs to take into consideration that they do show a body that is unclothed. The photos may be considered gruesome, and particularly.
Oh my goodness, the defense attorney even sits all the way back. He's not even leaning forward to the here's the microphone. And you're sitting over here. Hello, hello. Even when you're sitting in front of one, could you please?
The photo of the body bag, I don't think it adds anything to the punishment phase of this trial.
But those objections are overruled, and if offered in the presence of the jury, the court will allow these exhibits to be admitted. You have a running objection, Mr. Goble?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Both sides ready for the jury?
Ready, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Let's go.
All right, so overruled, and off we go. The jury's coming back in, and this agent will testify.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Dewell?
Thank you, Judge. Go ahead and state your name after the jury.
My name is David D. Rogers II.
And who are you employed by?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I've been with the FBI over 20 years.
And in your 20 years, what all roles have you had at the FBI?
Initially, I was an investigator for domestic terrorism and international terrorism. Then I worked approximately 15 years as a weapons of mass destruction investigator, which is chem, bio, rad, nuke, explosive investigations. And then I took the role as a senior team leader for our evidence response team, our crime scene team, for approximately 4 years. And then I'm recently now a cyber agent for the criminal. And I have also been a part of our hazardous evidence response team since 2011. I've been a part of our evidence response team since 2018. And like I said, in 2021, I took the role as a senior team leader who was over the entire team of 32 individuals plus alternates.
You talk real fast.
Oh,
slow down.
Apologize.
I just got noticed like that too. What type of training and education did you have to have these roles?
So in order to be on the crime scene team or even the hazardous evidence response team, you have to have 40 hours of training in each discipline. So it's 2 weeks of training. And then in addition to those trainings, you have others. So I've had post-blast, which is explosive recovery training. I've had large vehicle post-blast training. I've had human remains recovery training. That is approximately a week. I've also facilitated some of those trainings with our anthropologists that are in the Dallas area. I have also attended other trainings that dealt with body recovery stuff.
Were you asked to assist on the investigation in this case for Athena Strand?
Yes, I was.
And when were you first asked to assist?
I was, as senior team leader, I was asked by my supervisor to respond out to the abduction site and went there on that behalf with a small group of people to be in the area in order to make a determination how many people, where we needed people to go.
You mentioned that you were the senior team leader for this team. What is a senior team leader's role?
My role is to coordinate and plan all the operations on scene, to include and also training and making sure that people on our team are certified to go and handle crime scene teams or crime scenes.
On December 2nd of 2022, did you participate in what I'm going to call the initial search of an arrest van?
Correct.
If I call the van, the arrest van, do you know which van I'm talking about?
Yes.
And do you recall what license plate that van had?
I believe it was GCP 0468.
I'm sure we're talking about the same van. On this initial search, what did you and your team do?
Because the vehicle was brought to us, we knew that there was items in there that was what the investigators wanted. We were able to take a picture, or we were able to look into the vehicle and see that there was a cell phone and a bag that was visible in the vehicle, and therefore we collected those two items.
The two items were collected were the backpack and a phone?
Yes, correct.
May I have your choice?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 143 through 152. Do you recognize these items?
Yes, I did.
And what are you looking at?
This is the FedEx vehicle that the individual was arrested in and had personal belongings in.
And were you there when those photos were taken?
Yes, I was.
And do all of those photos fairly and accurately depict the scene and the items that were in place that day?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the state offers into evidence States Exhibit 143 through 152.
State's Exhibits 143 through 152 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Publish States Exhibit 143 on our screen. What am I looking at here?
You're looking at the FedEx vehicle that we processed, collected evidence.
Zoom in a little bit. Do you see that license plate number?
Yes, I do.
And can you read that?
It's Golf Charlie Papa 0468, so GCP 0468.
Is that the license plate with the arrest van?
Yes, it was.
Publish States Exhibit 148. What are we looking at here?
You're looking at the cab of the vehicle. In the picture, you can see the cell phone right in the middle console. We take the photos of the entry photos is how we see it when the doors open, so nothing is manipulated from our end when we get in there.
And Tanner did tell police he smoked Lucky Strike, so it's so eerie seeing this van here every time. You're like, because knowing in hindsight what happened. So it's not all vans, it's just this van and photographed at night. Oh man, shame, poor Athena.
Are we showing all the photos here today, or were there more photos of what I showed you?
Of that day?
Yes.
I believe this is all the photos. Yeah.
And show you what's marked, or has been admitted as State's Exhibit 149. What are we looking at here?
The cell phone still in the console with appears something on the screen.
Are all these photos taken before anybody has touched the items?
Is before our team touched the items, correct?
I believe you said before that this item was collected by the FBI team.
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So this would be from the arrest van, right? They've been referring to the vans as the abduction van and the arrest van. Because Tanner Horner, on November 30th of 2022, that's when Athena was abducted and murdered, right? And the next day, he got the same van. But the day after that, on December 2nd, he got a different van. Which also means that somebody else who's a FedEx driver had to drive the van without knowing what happened in the van. On December 2nd, they were driving around with it, delivering packages. Imagine being that person now in hindsight. So I'm assuming this is from the arrest van, because here's Tanner's Lucky Strikes and smashed up cell phone screen and all that, right? Okay.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 153. And do you recognize this item?
This appears to be the item with the supplement, yes. Yes, this appears to be the item with the supplement.
And how do you recognize it?
It has on here the description that was collected by the FBI from the FedEx van.
And
then released to Wise County, and then opened on March 14th, 2024, and then packaged in here.
And was your team who originally seized and collected that
Yes.
item?
Yes.
And what did you do with that item once it was collected?
Once we collected it, we provided a chain of custody to the Wise County's office.
And other than the addition of that package, has it been altered or tampered with in any way to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Your Honor, the state option to evidence State's Exhibit 153.
None the wiser. I'm looking left and right. As you can see, you said, is Grizzly checking on future photos before maybe not showing or showing? Yes. Because somebody said that, their sister said that there's pictures coming up from when they recovered Athena's body from that creek, which was, right there by the Trinity River. And so I've checked. There's nothing that I could see that's too graphic, so I'm just hoping it's all going to be okay. But anyway, if there is anything, I'll blur it out later.
No additional objections.
Those previous objections are overruled, and states 153 is admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you,
And
Stefan,
do you
for
go by
reminding
Special
them.
Agent?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Special Agent Rogers, as soon as you guys were in the middle of or concluding that initial search of the arrest van, what did you do next?
We got a call that said that we requested the assistance of our team by the Wise County Sheriff's Office and the Department of Public Safety Texas Rangers.
Is that still on that same date of December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, it was the night of on December 2nd.
Where were you asked to go?
We were asked to go to a county road, 922 County Road. That was about 15, 20 minutes from that location, I believe.
Do you recall about what time of day or night it was?
We finished up around 7:30 from the Wise County office, and then departed to the where the recovery was to occur.
Was it already dark out?
Yes, it was.
When you arrived on that scene, what did you see?
Coming down the road with a team in our supply vehicle, it was lined with first responders. As we approached, we were able to set up our vehicle on the bridge area, and then was able to and then deploy some. There were some lights out there, but we had some other lights that we utilized to brighten the area.
And you mentioned your team. Who all from your team was with you at that point?
Collectively, it was all the people that were from the Wise County Sheriff's Office that came out there, and then we got on the bridge, and then we had to assemble a smaller team of 7 individuals.
And a smaller team of 7 individuals to do what?
Obviously, it's a hard decision to make. We wanted to choose, with the assistance of the team leader and our senior members, we kind of compiled some names that we thought could handle the scene. Obviously, this is going to be a traumatic scene, so we wanted to make sure that we had people that could handle it. It's very easy to just select people, but we know what's going to happen in the aftermath of it. So, this team is made up of people who go above and beyond, that put the mission first ahead of their own personal costs, and it is their opportunity, our opportunity, to give those who have been silenced by tragedy a voice, and that voice is justice. And so we all
Sustain.
We all go.
That's enough.
Okay.
No, that's enough. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. As a senior team leader, is it your job, if you will, to pick who those 7 individuals were going to be?
Yes, it is.
Were you one of those 7 individuals?
That was one of the 7 individuals. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Was one of the 7 individuals somebody to take photos?
Yes.
And can you walk us through that process? Like once you arrived on scene, what did you do first?
So once we are received, then we're organizing the team of who's going to do what. We have an individual who's a photographer. We have an individual who's a photo logger. We have then individuals that are going to go into the water to do recovery, into individuals that are going to assist with that, as well as processing the body once it's out.
And were you present during this entire time?
It was.
And regarding that approach?
Yes.
I am showing here what has been marked as States Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178. And do you recognize all of these photographs?
I do.
And you were present on scene during all of these?
Yes, it was.
And does this fairly and accurately depict the scene and the body recovery as you personally saw it that night?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state optioned evidence States Exhibit 160 through 176 and 178.
Any objections other than those previously given to the court? Yes.
Got a bit of a sidebar. Sure, I don't know how these defendants can just sit there in the courtroom, huh? Like, especially knowing what they did, what he confessed to, what he's even pleaded guilty to, but yet I don't think he has a choice now because, you know, he can't sentence himself because the state, I mean, they didn't offer a plea deal. He decided to plead guilty, right? Now it's up to the jury to decide what his sentence will be because they were seeking the death penalty against him. So I believe it's against the law for him to say, yeah, give me the death penalty. You can't do that. So therefore, they have to go through all of this, but like, damn, you could just sit there so calmly in the courtroom, hey? Amazing. And all these trials we watch, it's like, whew, you see these defendants and the audacity that like they could just sit there and hear all of this. Quite something. I know they all have the right to a fair trial. I get it. This one pleaded guilty. It's a little different. The jury has to hear all this horrifying evidence and the aggravating and mitigating factors to go deliberate on what his sentence should be. Is it going to be life without parole or the death penalty? Those are the two options, right? Sure.
No additional.
No additional objections, Mr.
No
Chairman.
additional.
Your objections previously given are overruled and states exhibits 160 through 176 and 178 are admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Can you publish States Exhibit 160?
Okay, so in an abundance of caution, I'm going to say, of course, trigger warning, because what they're going to do now is show pictures of the creek where Athena's body was recovered. From what I've looked, you know, on the court feed, ahead of where we are, there doesn't seem to be any graphic pictures. There's one picture where if you look really carefully, you could kind of make out it looks like a little girl's hair or something, that because Athena was in the water, right? So I will make sure I'll be very, very careful. If anything is way beyond what I've seen, I'll take it off the screen. We're going to show graphic pictures over here. But I'm just going to put the trigger warning up and just warn you all that they are going to show now the area where Athena's body was recovered. And they are, the witness is testifying to how they recovered her body, right? Heather Taylor said, good morning, fellow Grizzlies, watching from the great state of Texas. Nice, okay. Welcome, yes, to all the locals. This case is happening in Texas. And thank you, Heather, for being a member for 10 months.
And can you describe what we're looking at here?
So you're looking at that bridge, and then you're looking down off of it to the water, and that's concrete block right there. And then on the other side of that block is where the remains were recovered.
Can you zoom back out a little bit? What are we seeing kind of more in the distance where those vehicles are parked?
Okay, so you're seeing what I talked about coming up that path where the first responders, then off, there's a post there, it's hard to see, but off to the right is a kind of a barrier where cars can park there. It's kind of a gravel area. There is a little pass on the other side of that little barrier there where we would walk, where we end up walking down to the site.
When you say
And this is where Tanner Horner said he had backed the FedEx van to here, to this little area here, and that he dragged, I don't know why not carried, and he says dragged, like, can't surely be that physically weak, right? I don't know. I suppose he's extremely spineless, but okay, dragged, he says he dragged Athena's body here and went to the water, and then his words, he said, tossed her in. Wow.
there's like a little path,
Like,
can you describe the path?
just a beaten path where people have walked before.
you, what's in Martha States Exhibit 169.
Kamira, you said please try not to censor too much. We should be allowed to see. It's up to you. Go to the raw court feeds. Go to any other channel. This is my channel. I set the standard and the rules over here, and we never, ever show graphic photos here of the victim. So if you don't like it, there's plenty of places where you can find it. Amethyst Rose says the jurors have not heard the audio. But on Friday, there were all these articles from the media saying that they heard it. So now I'm confused. I don't know. If they're still going to hear it, holy crap. What did they hear and what did they see then? All the local media was like, ooh, the jury had to hear this. And I'm like, shame the poor jury, right? Yeah, I can't see that post that you're talking about either. On Friday, that's what the media said. So we'll have to, I don't know, we're not going to hear it. We'll have to wait and see when the jury has to. I'm under the impression that they already had, right?
What are we looking at here?
You're looking at a different angle, but closer to the right side of where that concrete block was. And it's looking down towards the water. Where that concrete is, you can go down the left side of it or the right side of it.
When you say go down, is it a smooth path? Is it rocky? Can you describe that?
It was very slick. It was kind of cobbled, a lot of dirt and rocks that were.
And that concrete block, how high is that?
Roughly maybe 4 to 5 feet or so. Can't really remember how tall it was.
Were you one of the individuals that physically got into the water?
Yes, it was.
And can you describe to us your process for getting into the water and to like getting down those paths with your team, and who was there?
Okay. So prior to going down, I gave team assignments for what people were going to do. We were going to wear Tyvek suits and then gloves as personal protective equipment to go into the water. Myself and Tim Smiley went into the water to recover Athena, and then we had 2 individuals that were on the shore. There was a rope because of how the edge of the water was. It was very rocky. It was very unstable, kind of being able to get your footing. It was obviously you're in the water, can't see anything because I think the depth of visibility was only a few inches down, maybe that you could see stuff, maybe 5 or 6 inches. So we had someone that was on the shore with a rope, also in personal protective equipment to help us, because we knew that they were going to assist us as we were making our way out of the water, and then to kind of carry her out of the water and then put her on a flattened area that had another body bag laid down so we could so she wasn't going to be resting on the dirt.
What's been admitted as 172? What are we looking at here?
Kind of towards the middle of the screen, and then.
Okay, so this is the picture I was referring to. You could slightly see. If we didn't know what it was, you wouldn't know. Okay, but Athena's body was in the water, and they were going to recover her body. So that's what they're showing now. It's not too graphic, but because of the context we know it is, it's pretty upsetting. So just know that, trigger warning, right?
A little bit in the middle, very middle, you could see was a hand that was barely visible out of under the water, and then you could obviously, from our perspective, because we were in the water, you could only see the hand barely visible. You couldn't see the very outline, but obviously photographs give you that advantage. But we could see just her hand that was kind of under the water.
And is this how you and your team found Athena before you entered the water?
Correct.
So once she's in the water right here, what did your team then do to recover her?
So Tim and I, Agent Tim Smiley and I went into the water. I was going to go, I took one side of her body, he took the other side. We grabbed her arm and her leg, and we both were trying to work our way out of the water to where we got to the other two individuals that were standing there to assist us as we came out of the water.
I mean, understatement of the year. Like, a 7-year-old should not be there, should not be dead, should not be taken and put in a body bag. You know what I mean? Like, come on. Freaking Tanner Horner. Like, really? Child killers are the worst, man. Like, it's just unbearable.
Counsel,
Yes.
At this point, I think you were stating that you and another individual were in the water and y'all were, I think, were you handing her off, or what would you do next to get her on the land?
So we, all four people were assisting her body over to the ledge that we were going to place her on so we could take the photographs and then collect the forensic, or maintain the forensic, preserve the forensic evidence that could have been available or on the body. So, like I said, there was a rope that helped guide us because it was rocky, where the footing was unsure, and we were able to kind of move her up into a flattened area where our photographers would.
I'm going to show you 173. And what are we looking at here?
This is the as we came out, I would say it was probably about mid-chest level where that landing was, and that's where we put Athena's body onto the body bag.
How deep was the water?
It was roughly, it was up to about kind of our waist. I remember right around our waist, and it was about 5 feet from the edge into the water.
Placed her on this, and this was a body bag, you said?
Correct. It was.
And what did y'all do at this point?
At this point, as we later up there, our photographers started taking the photographs of the body. As they took the photographs, then we put bags and taped them around her hands. And then after those were photographed, we then rotated her body over to the backside where more photographs were taken, and then eventually rotated back to where she was face up.
Not going to publish on the screen, but I'd like you to look at what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 174. And I'd like for you to just describe for the jury what we're looking at and what you're doing at that time.
The images of Athena laying on a body bag. She is upright, her face up. The time, you want me to go into what I recall on that moment? As we lifted her out of the water and placed her on this bag, I remember her being really cold to the touch, firm, and then with the lights and everything that was on the bridge hitting down, her skin appeared to be glistening, almost kind of angel-like, is what I recall it. And then I recall bubbles escaping right where her mouth is. She was blowing bubbles, and as that moment where you kind of see it, then also the reality of it sits in of the trauma that was very apparent on her body.
May I finish witness?
yes.
That's Athena's mom. Ooh, this must be so, so difficult. I went to go investigate on X, what was being said about, because there was a lot redacted on Friday. There's a lot we didn't see. They just showed like a blank screen. There was at least 35 minutes, right? But I think the jury has to hear the whole hour, see the audio, see the video, and then when it changes to just audio of the FedEx video. And I can't remember who posted it in chat. Kathy Russin from Law and Crime said, and I remember this from Friday, day 4, thank goodness the judge is not allowing the audio from the FedEx van to be played by the media in the Texas versus Tanner Horner trial. In the state's opening, they said Horner had covered up the camera inside the van, but the audio was running as he was violently attacking 7-year-old Athena. And so there were some comments on that. And then Pretty Lies and Alibis, Gigi said, okay, New York Post said, they posted that they played the audio on Friday. Thanks for the clarification. And Kathy said, I see that article. The New York Post was wrong. Jurors have not yet heard the audio. That will likely come at the end of this week. They haven't heard the audio yet? Oh my word, they're still going to hear the audio. Oh man. Okay, so shame. This is, I can't imagine being Athena's family in the courtroom right now, hearing this and seeing the photos.
Yeah, I published this on the jury.
Yes.
Especially your orders. At this point, what did you guys do to finalize getting Athena in the body bag?
So once all the pictures were taken and her hands were bagged, we then placed her in a body bag, which prior to that was, there was a determination that the body was deceased by the Justice of the Peace, and then we zipped up and then put our identification tags on it, and then brought it up to the funeral home that was going to take the body, and then have it go to the medical examiner's office.
Who brought her body up to the funeral?
It was our team that brought her up.
I'll pass those.
Cross-examination.
Briefly, Agent Rogers, you were not the person who took those photographs,
Not those, no sir.
and all the photographs and any evidence collected were turned over to Deputy Gaming.
Yes, the Wise County, yes.
That's what it's from.
Redirect.
Nothing photographed.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Shame. Sending all the bear hugs to Athena's mom, right? Maitland Gandy, she's sitting here. That was tough. Ashley Gans says, so they haven't heard the audio yet? Apparently not. It's kind of disappointing when news gets it wrong, when the media is out there saying that the way that it was framed in the headlines, okay, is that the audio was so gruesome they had to cut the feed. Okay, well now we learned they didn't actually play the audio yet. So it was clearly just something else redacted. I don't know what I don't know what. A break? Who knows? Anyway, so at some point in this week, apparently, and the jury must be dreading it because they know about the audio and the video, and they must be dreading that as well, right? To be like, so the judges ruled that it's not going to be played. Maybe that's what was redacted, just playing it in the court to make sure that the judge could decide. I don't know. But the judges said it's not going to be live streamed. It's not going to be played for the public. And I'm thankful for that. But the jurors will hear it. The courtroom will hear it. I really hope Athena's family won't be in there hearing that. It's too much. It's too much, right? Oh, man. Anyway, so my little note I want to make is just how sad it is that the media can get it wrong like that. Like, you want to tell everyone that it's been played and it's so gruesome and this is what happened, but then it hasn't. Then clearly we're not there. We're not there either, but like, don't lie about it.
Let us take our morning break, okay? I'll call you back in just a few minutes.
She can't understand. Oh no, don't you just want to hug her? I'm gonna go forward now, don't worry. Wow. Okay, morning break, and we go forward. Okay. All right, we're back. There's Tanner Horner. Involuntary eye roll. I don't know, man. Don't know, you can live with yourself after that. Athena's mom and dad.
Man, first court.
Good morning, Rita.
OMG, Becky says she looked like her mama. Yeah. They just went on a morning break, which obviously they usually have a morning break, lunch, and afternoon break. So, what is happening now?
Judge, I think you have something that I need.
Thank you all for being here.
Nope. Thank you, sir.
Hokuto Tube said her dad is strong for him to be there and watch that monster in front of him. I know, right? I'm sure he would just want to pounce. To be in the same room as this guy, wow, that must really be difficult.
All right, everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Berry, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dwyer, welcome.
Good morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what you do for a living?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jessica Dwyer. That's D as in dog, W-Y-E-R. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner and Director of the Crime Lab for the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas County.
And can you tell me, as a medical examiner, what is sort of your job description?
So a medical examiner is the same thing as a forensic pathologist. Pathology is an area of medicine that's focused on the study of disease.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. Firstly, I love the look. Secondly, ooh, the chief medical examiner. This is going to be rough, right? As well. Like following, of course, the recovery of Athena's body from the creek and all of that evidence with, for her family. Now it's got to be the chief medical examiner testifying to how Athena died. And we know that she died from blunt force trauma and strangulation. And so the jury's going to hear that now, though.
Pathology is even more specific. It focuses on the study of death. So that's basically what I do.
And can you tell us what kind of background, training, experience you've had to qualify you for the job that you currently hold?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in Animal Science from Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. Following that, I obtained a medical degree from the University of Texas Health Science Center of San Antonio, which is in San Antonio, Texas. Following that, I completed a combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency with the University of Pittsburgh Medical Center in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then following that, I did a year of specialized training in forensic pathology that's called a fellowship. And that was with the Office of the Medical Examiner of Allegheny County, which is also in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then along the way, there are 3 licensing exams that you have to take in order to practice medicine in the United States. Passed all of those on the first attempt. And I also have 3 board certifications in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, all of which I passed on the first attempt.
And since you have become a medical examiner with the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences, have you, I guess, been given other duties than just the level of medical examiner?
Yes, sir. As the Director and Chief Medical Examiner, I have a lot of administrative duties as well, but I do still perform autopsies every day.
Do you have supervisory duties over the others?
Yes.
And with regard to an autopsy that was performed on the date of, I believe it was December 3rd of 2022, approximately 7:30 a.m. on an individual by the name of Athena Strand. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And so I just stated the date it was on, but how was it that you first became aware of this case? And was it different? Were you just on duty that day, or did you specifically go to perform the autopsy on this particular day?
I was scheduled for work that day, so whatever cases are reported to the office that we ultimately bring in for an examination are your task for the day. So in this case was reported from the Justice of the Peace in Wise County, and they requested us to perform the autopsy, and that was my assignment for the day.
And according to your understanding, what was that day in relation to the date where her body was located?
So I believe the body, because this was a Saturday morning, I do remember it was on a Saturday. I believe her body was discovered Friday evening, and the case was reported to us somewhere in the late evening, early morning on Saturday, the December 3rd.
And is that common or unusual as far as an autopsy being performed so quickly? How does it normally take place?
No, for cases that are reported to our office and brought in for an examination, we try to maintain a 24-hour turnaround time, so this is not unique.
Okay, you talk real fast.
I'll try, I know, I
You're
try.
in Fort Worth, not Dallas.
Yes, sir.
With regard to the autopsy on Athena Strand, can you kind of just walk us through just the basic process of what happens from the time that a body is delivered to the medical examiner's office until the point that you encounter it?
So the process of an autopsy?
Well, the process of getting it to you.
Okay.
Yes.
So in this instance, the body is actually brought to our facility, specifically the morgue area. We do scan the body in. The body bag is sealed with a plastic tag that we keep closed until the time of the examination. But as the body is scanned into the building, it doesn't mean that we are automatically starting the autopsy at that point. So we have a cooler that they stay in until the autopsy is performed. And then not the process of the autopsy, just the intake part, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So once you are ready to begin the process of the autopsy, let me ask you this first of all. What's the purpose of the cooler?
So it is kept at a cold temperature to just preserve the condition of the body.
And is that slow the rate of something?
Decomposition, slows the rate of decomposition, yes.
And are there some documents that you usually have to have in order to do an autopsy?
There are some documents that we typically have before the autopsy, yes.
And can you kind of describe what that is?
So our building is a 24-hour day, 7-day-a-week operation, but I am not physically in the building 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Who answers the phone for our facility are our forensic investigators. So anytime a death is reported to our facility, it's the death investigator that is taking that information, determining if this case needs to actually be brought in for an examination, etc. So they will draft a report of all the things that were reported to them by whoever is reporting the death. So it's called an investigator narrative. So that's given to the medical examiner prior to the case, so we have an idea as to what's the circumstances of the death and kind of helps us triage our cases for the day.
So you had some understanding of what was the circumstances before you did the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Do you also have to be given some official authorization from somebody in the county that it comes from in order for you to do an autopsy?
So because I'm an employee of Dallas County is my jurisdiction. However, when another county is requesting our office to do an autopsy, they have to provide an authorization form stating we're requesting Dallas County to perform this autopsy, correct?
Now, as you are conducting an autopsy, do you take notes, fill out diagrams, things like that, to record your findings so that later you can put them in your autopsy report?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what that's called?
We kind of colloquially refer to them as our bench notes. Essentially, it's all the notes from the case that I'm going to then take to my desk after I'm done with the case so I can officially memorialize it in a more organized, neat fashion into an autopsy report.
Now, before an autopsy report comes out, is there another short form report that is often issued by the medical examiners before the final autopsy report?
So we do have a cause of death report that you can request through our office, and what it is it's on official letterhead, and it just provides the cause and manner of death for the decedent with the signature of the pathologist performing that examination.
And then, of course, the final document would be your examination report. What is that called?
You're talking about the finalized autopsy report?
Yes.
Yes, that's the neat version. It also incorporates any findings from toxicology or some ancillary testing that we may or may not request, but that is the comprehensive finalized report.
May I approach your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Dwyer, I'm going to show you 4 different documents. State's Exhibit number 271. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit number 271?
This is the autopsy authorization form for decedent Athena Strand that's signed by Judge Jan Morrow, who is the Justice of the Peace for Precinct 1 in Wise County, Texas.
And State's Exhibit number 272, you may have to look through that and see if you recognize all the pages.
Yes, sir.
And what is State's Exhibit number 272?
This is a copy of my bench notes.
Okay. And chronologically, that would come during the autopsy itself, correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Now, following the autopsy, the short form report, State's Exhibit 273?
Yes, this is the cause of death report,
Okay.
signed by me.
All right. And then finally, State's Exhibit number 274.
Yes, sir, this is a copy of the finalized autopsy report.
Thank you.
Dina loves to dance said, I'm a bit behind, but the road at the small bridge and where the pull-off in the river is a very busy road. I know it's a county road, but it's really well traveled. Interesting. I wonder if we're going to hear from any witnesses, or if there were any witnesses that saw the FedEx van there and thought, that's weird. You know, why is there a FedEx van there? And it would have been at around 6:15 in the evening on November 30th of 2022. So it was already, the sun had set, but it's weird seeing a FedEx van there, right?
The documents, both of the bench notes, the cause of death report, and the autopsy itself, do those document your findings during the autopsy of Athena Strand on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
I will offer into evidence State's Exhibit 271, 272, 273, and 274.
No objection.
State's Exhibits 271 through 274 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I publish?
Yes.
We'll start with State's Exhibit number 274.
Okay, I was just like, whoa, what are we going to say? Okay, it's documents, right? It's documents. Okay, good. Trigger warning, this content is for adults only, and it's for educational purposes. They're discussing the autopsy of a 7-year-old girl, Athena Strand, who was abducted and murdered on November 30th of 2022. If you're brand new to the case, you can expand the description box, and there's a write-up there for you. You can find the playlist, and on it there's a trial prep video. In fact, I think the trial prep video is linked in the description box too. And within 30 minutes, you would have the timeline, the who's who, just the basics of the case, right?
I'm going to leave all this up here because it shows us what the page number is as we're looking at it on your autopsy. So as we look at State's Exhibit 274, it's titled, what is it titled?
Autopsy report.
Okay. Do you see on there the date and approximate time that the body was found?
Yes, sir.
And what is that for purposes of the record?
So date of death is based on when she was found, which was December 2nd, 2022 at 8:45 p.m.
And then what is the date and time that the autopsy itself was performed according to this document?
Where it says examination performed December 3rd, 2022 at 7:30 a.m.
Now, with regard to the autopsy itself, before the autopsy begins, is there an evidence collection? You can turn that off for a second. Is there an evidence collection process that takes place?
Yes.
And can you Describe that for the jury, please.
Depending on the type of or suspicion of death, we may collect trace evidence at the autopsy. In the event that there's a firearm potentially used in the decedent's death, we would test for gunpowder residue, or we may collect hair, we may collect fingernails, or a blood sample to ultimately be dried on a blood card. Those are some examples of trace evidence we collect.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And of those things that were collected, can you describe them, what was collected in this particular case?
Yes. So we did collect a blood card, so it has 4 spots of dried blood on it. That's to preserve her DNA. We have a sample of her scalp hair, which we also use for DNA. When her body was actually received with her hands covered with brown paper bags, we will keep those brown paper bags. I did perform gunshot residue testing on her hands just because I didn't know what kind of death we were potentially dealing with when I did the case. And then also collected fingernail clippings from both of her hands, her right and left hand. And then we also collected a sexual activity kit.
And the sexual activity kit, can you describe what that is?
So exactly that. It is evidence that may be related to sexual activity. So it's typically swabs and pubic hair collection. So for a man, it would be swabs from the penis and penile urethra, in addition to the anus and the oral cavity or the mouth. For a female, it would be oral cavity, vagina, both the outside and the inside, and also the anus.
And with regard to those things, once they're collected, what happens to them?
They're packaged in a kit, and they ultimately get transferred to our evidence registration. Since this is an out-of-county case, it doesn't automatically go to our crime lab. The county would then have to request testing or analysis of that kit from our crime lab, or they may send it elsewhere, but it gets sent to our evidence registration.
And, yeah, hold on for a second. I need to ask a question real quick.
Now I'm rolling my eyes at some of the comments. Like, honestly, could we focus on the testimony? That's all I'm going to say.
May I approach her?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as 260, states 269 and states 270. Does it appear to have the evidence tape from the Dallas County Medical Examiner?
Yes, with my initials too.
And can you describe, first of all, what would be in State's Exhibit number 269?
So a lot of this writing in yellow tape is not mine, but what I can tell you is that this is typically how I package evidence from a homicide or potential homicide. And there is a sticker itemizing this particular item that correlates to the number for this decedent. And then we will seal the top of the bag with tape and red evidence tape, which I initial. But the yellow tape and everything else, I don't know who did that.
And what would the contents be? I'm sorry.
That's okay. Everything that I just listed that I collected would be in there with the exception of the sexual activity kit.
And then State's
Hold on.
Exhibit number 270.
Sorry, I'm going to quickly pause there. Somebody said, wait. Stand for Truth 11 said, I missed why Athena wasn't living with her mom. So her mom and her dad were divorced. They had joint custody and they were on good terms. Then her mom lived in Oklahoma, her dad in Texas, right? Her mom got sick. And so the agreement was that Athena could live with her dad in Paradise, Texas, and that was from May of 2022, and she was due to return home for Christmas of 2022. So she'd actually enrolled in school there and everything in Paradise, Texas, and she loved grade 1, her teacher, Mrs. Thompson, who we heard from on day 1 as well. And she was actually staying at her dad's property. There was the stepmother there and a stepsister as well, right? And the property was a 10-acre property in Paradise, Texas that her dad had grown up on. Like, he'd been there, you know, that's his childhood home, his childhood property. And he'd played there and he'd been safe all his life there. And it must have been a really great place for kids to be. They had their favorite tree, the kids there, right? They put their toys under the tree. They had a trampoline. There were horses there. I mean, it just sounds great. And there came this FedEx guy. And the FedEx guy was dropping off Christmas gifts for Athena. Her favorite holiday was Christmas. It's just like, oh my word. And he just clearly saw an opportunity. Athena that day had gotten off the school bus on November 30th of 2022, and she had, gotten off the school bus, gone home to her dad's house. Her stepmom was there. Her dad was also there initially, and then once all the kids got home, her dad left to go on a hunting trip with his dad. And so the only adult on the property was the stepmother, and she was busy making dinner, and she told Athena she would call her when dinner was ready, and told Athena, just make sure you put your dirty laundry in the basket, okay? And so Athena was doing that, and then she went to go play outside. And she knew about stranger danger because just on October 27th of 2022, her last diary entry, the journal entry at school, was all about today we learned about stranger danger, shame. And here came this FedEx driver, Tanner Horner, 31 years old. And what the state said was that the video, because there's cameras outside the FedEx van as well and inside, what the video showed was that Tanner Horner put his hand over Athena's mouth and said, don't scream or I'll hurt you. And he said it twice. And then he picked her up and put her in the van, and off they went. And within an hour, she was dead. But I mean, the audio that the state described sounds horrific. It's not just like, it's all bad, even if it was just, it's terrible. But it's like he tried to break her neck, he tried to kill her multiple times over that hour. And I mean, she was put in the river without clothes on. So while the medical examiner said, and we're going to hear more now, I would assume, that there were no signs of sexual assault, that would usually be because there's no injury, but it doesn't mean that there wasn't. Do you know what I mean? Ooh, so scary. Esme says, thank you, Grizzly and mods, and like and subscribe. Thank you so much, Esme. Proud Grizzly said to all the mods, we appreciate you. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much.
Yes, sir. This is the sexual activity kit.
Okay. And these both relate to the body of Athena Strand and the autopsy done on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. I will offer State's Exhibit number 269 and 270 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibits 269 and 270 are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Dwyer, during this process of conducting an autopsy, is there someone there, either yourself or someone at your immediate direction, that takes photographs of this process?
No, I take the photographs.
Okay. And what is the purpose of taking the photographs?
So we take photographs on every postmortem examination or autopsy. There's standard photographs we do for every case, and then in some cases they may require additional photographs, essentially documenting with photographic evidence any of your findings.
And do the photographs that you have, are they given specific monikers as far as the name of the photograph itself that are unique, at least within that case, so that there's no mix-up, two things have the same name?
So any decedent that is examined in our office is given what we call a unique identifying number. It always starts with IFS and the year that the autopsy is performed. And so all of the photographs pertaining to this decedent will be labeled with that IFS number.
And approximately, if you know, how many photographs were taken in this case? Yeah.
I don't know the exact number.
Prior to court, though, I think I showed you approximately 38 of the total number of photographs that were taken by you during this autopsy. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you have an opinion as to whether it would aid the jury in understanding your testimony to, maybe not here in court today, but at some point have an opportunity to view those photographs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Dwyer, the reason we're doing it this way is to avoid unintentionally displaying photographs that we do not at this time intend to display.
Okay.
So each of the photographs that I'm going to ask you about has been covered with a slip cover, so that if I ask you about it, you're going to have to slide the slip cover or the photograph up, but just if you be careful not to display it unintentionally.
Sure.
All right, thank you.
Yes, please, don't show. Right, John Hanks said, and you're quoting from the state, and his DNA was found on Athena where it didn't belong. They did say that Tanner Horner's DNA was found under Athena's fingernails and also in places that should never be found on a 7-year-old. So that sounded really hectic as well.
At this point, I'm going to ask you to look at these. Have you seen prior to court today a what I would call a contact sheet that has the different state's exhibit numbers that go with the different photographs in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to show you that. I'm not offering it into evidence, but would it aid in your going through these to be able to see that?
Thank you.
Mr. Berry, let's mark that, and we'll admit it as a record purpose.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we spoke about that before we came back, and that's no issue.
Okay.
If we add that to the record also.
Okay.
And that would be, I believe, 286 for purposes of the record. Thank you. I put it up here on the top right corner, and the court reporter wants me to put it on the bottom right, but I didn't want to cover anything up. So if you would use this during your testimony.
You offer 286 for the record.
Yes, sir.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor, as long as it's not going to be admitted or false.
Okay. 286 is admitted for purposes of the record.
Regarding the autopsy of Athena Strand, can you tell us how does she come to the medical examiner's office, in what state?
So, are you talking about when we actually opened are you asking for my observation when we initially opened the body bag and my initial view of the body?
Well, I mean, let's talk about the body bag first of all.
Okay.
What is the body bag?
So, decedents are typically transferred to and from our facility within a plastic pouch that is a body bag, just so you can maintain privacy and they can be transferred in and out of the facility discreetly and preserve evidence.
And if there's any additional debris, fibers, other things that have come off of the body, is it also to help preserve those things?
Yes.
Okay. And do you go about the process of, is there some type of a procedure that is done even before the body is removed from the body bag?
Yes. So let me also backtrack. We work with, when I do an autopsy, I work with an autopsy technician, and we work side by side. So they are ultimately the ones that will go and retrieve the body from our cooler. In addition, before the autopsy, they can do a postmortem x-ray, which is just like what you're familiar with from a hospital. And we're just looking for any potential foreign material that we would want to collect, any evidentiary items. And then the body is brought to the autopsy station. And then we break the seal, open the body bag, and I will document the condition of the body with photographs. We typically refer to those as is photographs, because it's before we do anything to the body.
And were those things done in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us whether or not there were any foreign objects that were identified as part of that X-ray?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to the body itself, you said that you took some as-is photographs, and I would ask you to refer in your book there to, and if you need to remove those from that book to be more discreet, however you need to do it, it's
Okay.
fine.
Thank you.
But State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, could you personally look at those and tell me if those are the as-is photographs that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we're going to go through this process in a way where, rather than displaying them, I'm going to just ask you to describe what you're seeing for purposes of the record. And that way, if there's any question about it later, they can refer back to your testimony.
Okay.
So with regard to State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, the as-is photographs, would you please describe what you're looking at in those photographs?
So there are two of them, because one is the upper half of her body, including her head and face, and then the second one is the lower half of her body, including her legs and feet. And so basically how I received her is that she is naked, there's no clothing, and both of her hands are covered with brown paper bags, as I referred to previously, that are actually secured around her wrists with tape. And then her body was covered with kind of a brownish dirt silt appearance, and there was also fragments of vegetation within the body bag and within her scalp hair.
And just for understanding for the jury, when you take the photograph, is there anything that is covered up on the body as you are taking the photograph?
No.
Okay. Those documents, though, State's Exhibit number 231 and 232, have certain portions of that photograph been covered just for discretion's sake?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's go ahead. We're going to look at your autopsy report, and I think we can do this without the light off. The first thing you do is the external examination. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And can you just kind of describe in general terms what is involved in the external examination?
So the external examination is also standard process for any postmortem examination. And I always describe it as I start on one side of the body, say a foot, work my way up the entire side of that body to the head, and then to the opposite side of the body. And what I'm looking for is evidence of natural disease, evidence of trauma, any potentially identifying features like hair color, eye color, tattoos, scars, etc. Lots of different things. And once I'm done kind of looking at, and then lastly we will roll the body so that I can see the back of the body. And then once that's complete, that's the end of the external examination.
And as part of this external examination, do you photograph the body both before and after it is, I guess for lack of a better word, cleaned?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, once the as-is photographs are taken, what happens next?
So once the as-is photographs are taken, we would collect trace evidence, if again, depending on the type of case, but you would not want to do that after you've cleaned the body. So we'll collect any trace evidence, and then fingerprint the body, and then we will clean the body. And that way you remove any clothing, any evidence of medical intervention, any dirt, blood, etc., so that you can see the body in its entirety.
Now, I noticed in your report, and I believe we're still on page 1, that you talked about the hair being wet.
Yes, sir.
Was that from it being cleaned or something else?
No, it was received that way.
And commonly in an autopsy, if a person had been wearing clothes at the time that they were deceased, what would you receive? Just the body or something else?
If they had clothing on at the time that they were pronounced, the clothing would still be on the body, or clothing that may be with the body come with the body.
And was any clothing brought to you with the body of Athena Strand?
No, sir.
Now, with regard to the evidence of the body itself, can you just kind of give us, you weigh the body?
Yes, sir.
Right? What was the weight of this little girl?
The weight is 67 pounds.
And what was the height or measurement?
52 inches.
And in layman's terms, or feet and inches? I
Oh
don't
man,
know.
make me do math. I'm showing my Tarrant County son. So 60 inches is 5 feet, so she's 8 inches below that, so that's...
4 feet, 4 inches?
Sounds good, yes. I'm so embarrassed.
That's all right. I think the judge would say you did go to Texas A&M. So.
Oh, no.
So did I.
Oh.
With regard to, so Athena's 67 pounds, 4 feet, 4 inches, is that correct? And what was some of the observations that you made during the external examination of Athena's body?
So I already mentioned that she was received naked, no clothing received with the body. There's no jewelry on the body. In addition, like I said, the surface of the body were covered with brown dirt or silt, and there was fragments of brown vegetation within the scalp hair and on the surfaces of her body. She also has what we call pruning or washerwoman changes in the skin of her hands and feet. Other than that, she had some evidence of injury, which is much more extensive than just what I'm describing.
And
Oh dear, we're going to hear all about the injuries as well, and it sounds horrific because when Agent Yaro was on the stand on day 4, they talked about marks on Athena's face that either matched the diamond pattern on the floor of the van or his shoes. You know, and we know from what the state said with the audio that was recording, he had brutally attacked her for an hour. So, yeah, the injuries are going to be terrible to hear.
let's talk about that. Not specifically what the injuries are at this point, but when you open the body bag, when you see the body of this little girl, describe for the jury sort of where you're seeing the injuries on her body just from first look.
My initial impression, the first thing I thought is that she is completely congested from the neck up, meaning that it's much darker due to blood kind of being in that area of the body. Trying to think of a better way to describe congested, but it was just, you could tell that there was something going on in the head and neck area. That's before we even cleaned the body.
And congestion, is that related? It's hard. I want to kind of give a lay person's understanding what that means.
It's the best way to describe it is blood's backed up in the vasculature.
And I'm not sure I understand anymore, but what's vasculature?
So all the blood vessels that circulate blood throughout your body are the vasculature system. So it's arteries, veins, and connecting those two are capillaries.
And is that something that you see in certain types of deaths versus others?
Yes?
And can you describe that for the jury, please?
Well, let me say congestion on its own as an isolated finding can be nonspecific. And you can see it in sudden cardiac deaths. You can see it in drownings. You can see it in asphyxial type deaths. So it's nondescript on its own, but a constellation of findings can be more helpful when you're making a diagnosis.
And when you're saying a constellation of findings, are you talking about the overall findings taken together?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, once she was cleaned up, could you still see this congestion, the blood near the skin,
from her basically mid-chest to the top of her head.
Yes, sir.
And would the fact, I guess I have to frame it to you in a hypothetical situation, if a person had received injuries close to the time of their death and then was immediately put in a cooler type situation, either a colder body of water or a cooler like you have in your laboratory, would that essentially sort of,
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
what would that be? Sorry.
Okay, your objection to leading is overruled based on the last statement.
So if I'm repeating your question,
Yes.
would, if someone had those findings and then died, would they be altered by being put into a cooler?
Yes.
No.
Okay. Would it slow the normal rate of something that might change the appearance over time?
So the coolness of the cooler is to preserve the condition of the body by decreasing the rate of decomposition. That's just a known fact that decomposition slows when it's cold.
So if a body were put into a colder body of water in November, would that also help slow the rate of decomposition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, with regard to the body of Athena Strand, we're talking about the external examination. Were there further, go to the next page. This is the page 2 that states exhibit number 274. You kind of went on to describe some more of her findings in the external examination.
Yes, sir.
And I don't necessarily feel like you have to read every word, but if you would give it sort of a synopsis and then maybe also explain as best you can in layperson's terms so we can understand it as well.
Sure. Just starting from the top.
Yes.
So basically, I even mentioned that the head and face exhibit trauma. There's generalized congestion of the head and face, which I just mentioned. I note that her hair is blonde and it's wavy and it's long and that it's damp. And then her eyes are green in color. When you look at the whites of her eyes and the lining of her eyes, you see florid petechial hemorrhages, which are, florid just means they're everywhere. Petechial hemorrhages specifically refer to these tiny pinpoint hemorrhages that you see throughout the eyes. Let's see. She has, her teeth are kind of a mixture of what we call deciduous teeth and erupting adult teeth, which is appropriate for a 7-year-old. The neck has trauma, the chest is trauma. I did not appreciate any trauma on her vagina or within her vagina. The vaginal hymen is present and it's intact. I did examine her anus. She had some fecal material on the perianal skin, but I did not see any trauma to her anus. And then her extremities, so the arms and the legs, also showed trauma. Her fingernails are all intact, but the fingernails themselves are dirty. The toenails are also short and dirty. The soles of her feet are dirty, but otherwise unremarkable. And then the back has trauma.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit as we go through this.
Damn, let's pause for a moment. That sounded horrific. Shame. So the petechial hemorrhages, so signs of being strangled, right? The little red dots in the eye. Oh no. Salome, thank you so much for your sticker. And thank you all for being here to watch this trial with me. It's a difficult one. Gannon Stau's case was also very difficult. So was Harmony Renee. So known in the media as Harmony Montgomery, right? That was difficult too. This one is pretty heavy. You know, this is really... And I don't know. We saw his underpants. And it seemed like there was fluid in it. So he also said that his medication affected his performance. So I don't know if that's, I'm just speculating based on what a monster he is, if he got angry or something, you know, that he couldn't do something. I don't know. It just sounds like it wasn't, there were no signs of injury in the SA category. Do you know what I mean? But damn, like what a horrific attack of a 7-year-old little girl. I mean, the sweetest little girl, head and neck area injured. Shame, green eyes, blonde hair, petechial hemorrhages, neck and chest trauma, back trauma. Wow.
because there are some photographs, I believe, that correspond to some of these things. Specifically, State's Exhibit number 235, could you examine that and tell me what you see in that photograph? $235.
Sorry, I kind of juggled this. Yes, sir.
Could you just give a brief description of what's shown in that photograph?
So a standard photograph that we take on all of our postmortem examinations is what we call an identification photograph. So it will be a picture of the decedent's face with a number placard with that IFS number, the unique identifying number for that decedent.
And on that placard, if you use that as a cutoff in the picture, meaning you can see what's below and what's above it, do you see a marked difference between what is displayed above that placard from her mid-chest up than what's below that placard?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe what that difference is, please?
So again, you can still appreciate the congestion in her head and face, and you can see multiple types of blunt force injuries, essentially from the middle of her upper chest to the top of her head.
And going on to look at, there's a series of them. I believe it's 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, and 241. Do those show her eyes on both sides of her face?
So this is probably right. Not nice to hear, but probably yes. You said over the weekend I kept thinking, Brookel. Did I say it right this time? Brookel? 312. Said over the weekend I kept thinking and wondering, was she naked when he strangled her? Because he said that she pooped herself, but it's not in the clothes. So yeah, I think from that one can deduce. I think she was naked when he killed her and attacked her. So yeah.
Yes, sir.
And you described, I believe, what you referred to as florid petechial hemorrhages. We're not going to be showing these to the jury at this point, so can you kind of describe, as you're looking at the photograph itself, whichever photographs you think best shows it, identify that photograph and describe what you see there as the florid petechial hemorrhages.
Sorry, let me... So in State's Exhibit 236 and 238, they are photographs of the right eye, showing petechial hemorrhages in the whites of the eye, which is called the sclera, and within the lining of the eyes, which is called the conjunctiva. And then same for State's Exhibit 239 and 241.
And what is the significance or possible significance of finding these florid petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, such as in the case of Athena Strand?
Again, as an isolated finding, can be very nonspecific. You can see them in different types of deaths. Sometimes sudden cardiac death, you can have those. Sometimes, depending on what position that you die in, you can see those. So as an isolated finding, petechial hemorrhages are not diagnostic, but again, taken in a constellation of findings can be.
And taken into the context.
Okay, so that was good testimony as well to know, but that, given the circumstance and cluster of injuries, which I'm sure they're still getting to the evidence of strangulation, right? Stefan said to impose the death penalty, all 12 jurors must unanimously answer yes to future danger and no to mitigation. Correct, yes. Deborah Huber said he took her clothes off to humiliate her. He actually said because he thought it was funny. The detective, I don't think he could get himself to say those words, like you took her clothes because you thought it was funny. He said, so you did it to humiliate her? And he's like, I thought it was funny. So if you guys missed that, we saw quite a bit of his police interviews. That was on day 3 and 4. So a lot of that. And the body cam and all of that. And he had told police, they said, why was she naked? because he thought it was funny. That's the kind of creature we're dealing with, okay?
Constellation of findings in this case, was that significant to you?
Yes,
In what way?
because it wasn't just petechial hemorrhages in the eyes, it was her entire face, basically her entire head, with all of that congestion. So it implies that blood is pooling in that region of the head.
And what are the possible causes of that kind of blood pooling in those regions of the head?
So my big concern was that there was an asphyxial component to this death.
And you say asphyxial component, can you explain that to the jury?
Asphyxia is a fancy word. It's a mechanism for how somebody can die, and there's different types of asphyxial deaths, because you don't just spontaneously asphyxiate. There needs to be an explanation for why it occurred. But basically it means that the body is starved of oxygen. Either the blood supply is cut off or not able to supply blood, especially to the brain or the airway, or the person is not able to actually breathe and get that oxygen into the body. So examples of asphyxial death: smothering, strangulation, mechanical asphyxia, chemical asphyxia. Carbon monoxide is an example, but that's an overview of asphyxia.
Understood. So you said smothering and strangulation are one of the possible
Two
signs.
possibilities.
Two possibilities of asphyxia.
Yes.
So, and you understand that in this particular case, that the defendant, Tanner Horn, has pled guilty to the offense that he was charged with.
Yes, sir.
And that was by causing the death of Athena Strand by smothering and or strangling and or asphyxiating Athena Strand with his hands, his feet, or his body.
Yes, sir.
Does that make sense, given the finding that you're describing right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition, do you, first of all, with asphyxia itself, is that a type of blunt force trauma? Or strangling and smothering and strangulation?
Yes.
Okay.
We had a question clarified.
The question was, with asphyxia itself, is that a type of blunt force trauma or strangling and smuggling?
Strangulation.
Okay. If I can,
And strangulation.
strangulation and smothering, are those a type of blunt force trauma?
Blunt force trauma would indicate that the body comes in contact with a blunt object. That could fall, those both could fall under the umbrella of blunt force injuries.
Okay. So, in addition to that type of blunt force trauma, if you see other indications of blunt force trauma?
Yes, sir.
Can you just from the opening photographs, kind of describe what you're seeing that indicates to you that there was other blunt force trauma?
So, types of blunt force trauma would be as something as superficial as what we call an abrasion or a scrape. You know, it's a friction injury on the surface of the skin. Or it could go deeper to where you have an impact and you actually break the vasculature under the skin, and now you have a contusion, also known as a bruise. Or it could go so far as the blunt object overcomes the elasticity of the skin to where now you've got it creates a gash, or what we call a laceration. So abrasions, contusions, and lacerations are all examples of blunt force injuries. What I saw on the decedent was a mixture of abrasions and contusions. I did not see any lacerations on the skin.
But it had both the abrasions, which are what you described at a more skin level, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the contusions, which are deeper into the musculature of the body, is that right?
Yes, under the skin. So it would be what we call the subcutaneous soft tissues or the muscles, all of the above.
All right. So let's go on here. Before you go into the actual evidence of injuries, do you know any potential scars, things like that on the body, so that you can distinguish that from the injuries themselves?
Yes.
And as part of your bench notes that you keep, do you have a diagram related to potential scars or other things?
Yes.
And what is the purpose of doing that prior to documenting, or I don't know if you do it prior to or after. What order? do you
Nope,
do it?
same time. I just, for organization purposes, I don't like to have too much messy writing all on the same page. So this is what I do for all of my cases. I have a separate page for like the potentially identifying features, hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, etc. And then I do a separate page for any evidence of injury. But they're done concomitantly
All right. That's a big word. What does that mean?
at the same time.
At the same time. All right, thank you. With regard to, once you've done that, and were there any major scarring or other injuries, evidence of prior injuries on the body of Athena Strand?
She just kind of has some scattered scars. I think somewhere on the extremities, on the abdomen, but nothing specific.
Anything unusual for a active, precocious 7-year-old girl?
No.
Okay. Now, with regard to the evidence of injuries, let's start talking about that. You talk in your report on the bottom of page 2, you begin with what you call blunt force injuries. Can you distinguish, just as far as terminology, what the difference is between blunt force injuries?
Sorry, I don't know if they're going to read this to us. I don't even know what it is. I just saw a zigzag thread-like pattern, so I just want to see that quickly. There, head and neck. There is a 1 to 1.5 inches focus of patterned abrasions that have a zigzag thread-like pattern on the right side of the forehead, and there's a 3/4 inch pale blue contusion of the middle of the forehead adjacent to this focus of abrasions. There's a 3/4 blue contusion above the lateral aspect of the left eyebrow. There are patterned zigzag thread-like patterned abrasions and abraded contusions across both upper eye areas, across the nose, from the root of the bulb across the face. So I'm reading this because I'm still trying to figure out what they testified to, whether it was his shoe or the van floor. Markings on her face. They were looking at the tread of the shoe and they were looking at the diamond pattern on the floor. So it could be a combination of both, you know what I mean? If he was stomping on her. Oh my word. Okay, it says there are 2 by 2 inches abraded contusion on the right temple area of the face. There is a 1 to 1/4 inches linear abrasion just below the left eye. A 1/2 inch pale blue contusion on the left cheek, just anterior to the left ear. Contusions measuring up to 1/4 inch on the helix of the left ear. There's 1/2 inch contusion of the more posterior aspect of the left ear. There's a 1 inch red contusion just posterior to the left ear. Oh my word. So what do you think that sounds like? The shoe? The floor of the van? Both? Sounds like he stepped on her face, yeah. That's what Brickell said. So he did step on her face. It does seem so, hey? And we saw his muddy shoes the other day. It was part of the exhibits of when they showed us his pants, his underwear, and his shoes.
And some other types of injuries.
So I described previously that a blunt force injury is when the body comes in contact with a blunt object. Contrast to that would be sharp force injuries, where the body comes in contact with a sharp object like a knife or scissors, a razor blade, etc. Those are a different pattern of injuries. We do not have those here, but just to contrast it with blunt force injuries.
Thank you. Now, when you are beginning to document the blunt force injuries on the body of Athena Strand, do you start in a certain area and go other areas after that?
Yes, it's my convention. I like to start with the head and neck, and then I'll move to the trunk and then the extremities. But that's just my convention.
Okay. And is that something that you do on every autopsy?
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's talk about the head and the neck of Athena Strand.
Okay.
Because that's the order that is in your autopsy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want you to kind of give your basic findings, and if you need to, we're going to talk about some of the photographs that go with those in a moment. But
Okay.
if you need to stop and explain a word, because we know we all won't understand it, if you do that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. So I'm just going to kind of read what I have written here. But for the head and neck area, so starting with On the forehead, there's a 1.5-inch focus of patterned abrasions that are on the right side of her forehead. So they're abrasions because they're a superficial injury of the skin, but they have this zigzag, almost like a tread-like pattern on the right side of her forehead. And then she also has a 3/4 inch contusion on the middle of her forehead. She has a 3/4 inch contusion above the lateral aspect of her left eyebrow. She has more of those patterned abrasions, the zigzag patterned abrasions and abraded contusions that actually go across both of her eye areas, across the entire nose, from the root to the bulb. This is the bulb of the nose for me. And also across her mid-face, including the cheeks, the philtrum, which is the space between the nose and the upper lip, and she even has it a little bit on her upper lip as well. She also has a 2 by 2 inches abraded contusion on the right temple area of her face. She has a linear abrasion that's 1 1/4 inches just below her left eye. She has a 1/2 inch pale blue contusion of the left cheek that is just anterior to her left ear. She also has a small contusion, it's a 1/4 inch, that's on the helix of her ear, which is the loopy part of your ear. And she has a 1/2 inch contusion on the posterior aspect of her left ear. And then she also has a red contusion just posterior to her left ear, kind of in this area. She has a 3/8 inch contusion of the lower left cheek. She has a small contusion, it's 1/8 of an inch on the right side of her upper lip. When you actually pull up the upper lip and you see this flap of skin that connects the lip to the gums, that's called the frenulum. Just left of that, she's got another contusion of her gums in that area, and that's 1/2 inch. She has a very small superficial laceration on the interior of the left side of her lower lip. That's 1/16 of an inch. And then she also has, I'm just going to be real, instead of being descriptive, she has what look like bite marks. It's really a curvilinear series of lacerations that correspond with her upper teeth. She has bite marks on the surface of her tongue. There is a 1 inch linear abrasion on the submental region of her head that's under the chin. She's got a contusion of the right side of the submental region of her head. And then she has a 1/2 inch focus and then a larger 1.5 inch focus where the skin is kind of a discolored gray-brown. And that also had a pattern of abrasions that is different than the zigzag pattern I was seeing on her face. This pattern is square and it looks more like a grate or like a mesh pattern, and that's on the left side of her jaw. She also has more of those zigzag tread-like patterned abraded contusions across the anterior aspect of her neck and the middle of her upper chest. And then she has a 1 3/4 inches linear abraded contusion of the lateral aspect of the right side of her lower neck. And then on the back of her neck, she has a little focus. It's a 3/8 inch abraded contusion, but there's more of those florid petechial hemorrhages that you can even see on the back of her neck.
All right, that's a whole lot.
Yes, sir.
Was there any area on her head, neck, shoulders, face, back of her head, top of her head, back of her back, top of her chest, shoulders that did not have some evidence of injuries?
All of those areas had injury.
And can you render an opinion as to whether those came from one blow or more than one blow?
No, that would be indicative of multiple impact.
And I don't know if you took the time to go through and count how many times that she would have had to be impacted to have the kind of injuries that you saw. But do you have some number in mind?
Multiple.
Would you say you saw 10 injuries, more than 10 injuries?
That's the answer, Your Honor.
Sustained.
All right, so we're going on to the next. Well, let's talk about the photographs first, okay, with regard to these injuries. State's Exhibit number 242 and 243. what area of injuries are we looking at in those two photographs?
I'm sorry, you started with States Exhibit 242 and ended where?
And 243. Just
Oh,
those.
just those two. States Exhibit 242 is a photograph documenting the injuries on the forehead that I just described. States Exhibit 243 is also injuries on the forehead that I just described.
And do those particular injuries, you said that they had some type of pattern to them, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what you're looking at there as best you can for the jury?
Just how I said it, it's a kind of a zigzag pattern. It almost looks like tread of some sort.
And in those photographs, as well as States Exhibit number 245, do you have, I guess this is true in all your photographs, do you have some type of measuring device in the photograph so that you can give a reference when you're looking at it as to how big or small those tread patterns are?
Yes, so all of these photographs have a sticker that has a 1-inch scale on it, also with a unique identifying number for the decedent, so that when the sticker is right underneath the area that you're documenting, you can have an idea of the size.
And I asked you before, of the photographs that we have available to us, was there one particular photograph that you felt like could best show this tread pattern that you are referring to?
I mean, there's several. If you want a close-up or if you want a more global.
But one that has the measuring device close in proximity so that you're able to see it well.
Yes.
And which number is that?
States Exhibit 245.
Okay. And so if you just take that one out of the notebook and just set it to the side, if you would. Not the
Just the
picture
page.
itself, the whole page. We'll leave that for now.
Okay.
I'll come back to it in a little while. Now I want you to talk about well, first of all, what does States Exhibit number 245, what part of her body does that show, and what do you see as to describe it to the jury?
It's primarily her face, and there is the sticker I was just talking about with the scale. It's just under her lower lip, so you can just see all of the injuries that I previously described that are on her face.
And this tread pattern that you're observing, did it appear to be like one single placement of that tread pattern or more than one?
More than one.
Okay. And is there a difference in your opinion to stomping injuries versus pressing injuries?
Yes.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
So in my opinion, it would be stomping is with the foot but has force to it, whereas pressing, I mean, that doesn't necessarily have to be the foot, but pressing means it's just held against the surface of the body, not with any sort of force.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to determine, you say not with any sort of force, does it take some force?
Some degree of force, correct.
In order for these injuries to be visible?
Yes.
Okay. But would you expect other associated injuries if it were stomping versus pressing?
Yes.
And what would those associated injuries be?
I mean, I would think that especially if it was on the face, you have a lot of delicate bones that are in the face, so I would expect there to be some fracturing with a stomping injury.
Are these
Sure. I'm just going to pause for a moment. Not that Mickey, you said, in my opinion, he pleaded guilty because he wants the death penalty. I'm voting for LWOP and Gen Pop. Right? LWOP and Gen Pop. I mean, people that work, in prisons have said in chat that he'll probably be in protective custody. I really hope not. Don't protect him. Put him, life without parole, in Gen Pop. Can you imagine? I don't think he'll survive a day in there.
these injuries considered by you to be abrasions or contusions or a mixture?
Mixture.
Okay. And kind of explain, as you're looking at it, where do you see abrasions, where do you see contusions? On this photograph, States.
Oh, on this photograph. So on States Exhibit 45, again, it's all of those types of injuries that you see primarily just in the face area, the forehead, the nose, both eye areas, cheeks, and even the lips.
Where's there associated damage? You say contusions goes into the musculature.
Yes.
Is there contusions associated with these injuries in her face itself?
Not from this picture. She had some contusions that, well, that's not true. She had some on her forehead. She had one on the lower left cheek area, on her right lip, and then also under the chin.
With regard to, so let's go on to State's Exhibit number 246 and 247. 246, 247, could you describe what those are?
These are both photographs of the right side of her head. 246 is kind of further away. 247 is more up close. And you can see the blunt force injuries I described previously that are on the right side of her head.
And on the right side of her face, as well as on the front of her face, did she have this same tread pattern that you can see in the photographs?
Yes.
Now going on to State's Exhibit number 248, and I believe this, we've already looked at 244, but 248, does that show the other side of her face?
State's Exhibit 248 is the left side of her face.
And then I think it was 244, which is that also the left side?
That's the left side of her head, so you can kind of see it's further away than 248, which is more up close to the left side of her face.
And you described some of the contusions, I think, were on that side of her face.
Yes, sir.
And for a contusion rather than abrasion, is it more or less force that is generally needed to cause a contusion versus an abrasion?
More.
Okay. Now, on that same side of her face, you described, and I'm going to refer you to State's Exhibit number 249, you described something around or associated with her left ear.
Yes, sir.
Okay, could you describe what that is?
So she had a, let me find it in my report.
Okay, I do not know how to say this name. What does aggravating evidence mean? Aggravating is from the state's, it's the state's evidence to motivate why Tanner Horner should be sentenced to death and why he's a future danger. Like if he is ever in society again, he's a major danger to society, right? Mitigating evidence would be the defense's evidence to try to convince the jury that they should feel sorry for him, okay, and that he should not be sentenced to death. So,
referring to your report.
Yes. Okay. Here it is. She had contusions measuring up to a 1/4 inch on the helix of the ear, which I said is the top of the ear here, and she had a 1/2 inch contusion on the posterior aspect of her left ear, in addition to a contusion on the part of the head that's behind the left ear.
And you talked about a pale blue contusion on her lower left cheek.
Yes.
Where is that specifically, like you point out in your own body?
Here.
Okay. And associated with that injury, was there a different type of pattern that you could observe?
So the other area where the skin was kind of discolored and also had this square focus of pattern abrasions is on the left side of her jaw, kind of in this area.
Understood. Now, let's talk about her mouth. You talked about a contusion on her upper lip, I believe.
Yes.
And if you're looking at State's Exhibit number 251, is that displayed in that photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us, for purposes for the jury, what about that you noted back on her upper lip?
That it's all I noted is it's a 1/8 inch contusion of the right side of her upper lip, right here.
When people get fat lips, for various reasons, But this one, did it have a markings associated with it other than swelling, or is?
No, sir, just discoloration that looks like a bruise.
Discoloration, I guess that's what, when I say markings, that's what I mean by discoloration is your word. Okay, you talked about some of the things on the inside of the mouth. And we have some photographs, just for purposes of the record. I'm not going to ask you to look at all of them. But I'm referring you to State's Exhibit 253 and State's Exhibit 254. You noted some injuries that were inside of her mouth, I believe.
Yes.
Can you describe those, please?
State's Exhibit 252 is a picture of the lower lip pulled down so that you can see the line of her gums or gingiva, and you can see that there are some petechial hemorrhages within the gum line. 253 is a picture of her upper lip pulled up, so that, again, you can see there's even petechial contusions there, and, petechial hemorrhages there, and there is a contusion on the left side at the gum line.
So up inside of her mouth, where the gums basically go up and then come back
Meet
down.
the cheek, essentially.
Cheek to the gums, is
Yes.
that right?
And then State's Exhibit 254 is another picture of her lower lip pulled down, and you can see that there is this small laceration, so it's an actual small gash, but it's 1/16 of an inch, so it's small, but it's of the mucosa or the surface of the left side of the inside of her lower lip.
And was that consistent with some type of mechanism causing that injury that you?
It's in
Connection
proximity.
waiting.
Overruled.
What do you believe caused that, or could have caused it?
That laceration is in proximity to one of her mandibular teeth, so it's possible that that's from impact with the tooth.
Okay. Now, you also described a moment ago some biting injuries.
Mm-hmm.
Where were those located?
So those are on the surface of the tongue. So if you stick your tongue out, just right on the top, and it's a curvilinear pattern of these kind of spaced out lacerations that are consistent with teeth marks.
And we don't have a photograph in evidence of this, but it is, can you describe what you did in order to determine the depth and the extent of those injuries?
Yes. So part of the autopsy for everybody, we actually will remove the neck organs, including the tongue. And so when that occurred, I could see the bite marks, and if you actually dissected down into the musculature of the tongue, there was even some hemorrhage right underneath those lacerations. So they're real injuries. The body reacted to them.
So, and we probably would go into this at some point, but is there a way that you can tell if somebody is still alive when they receive an injury versus already deceased?
So with antemortem injuries, so before the person is dead, I mean, you're probably familiar with this. When you get a scrape, your body reacts to it and it becomes red. But in the postmortem period, the body's not reacting to it anymore, and so it takes on a more dried, kind of tan brown appearance because there's no vital reaction to it. So you can tell if an injury is sustained antemortem or if it's postmortem.
An antemortem, what does that mean?
Before death.
And so, because there's bleeding associated with it.
Correct.
Is that the type of injury that you saw on her tongue?
Yes.
That there was bleeding associated?
Yes.
And you talked about the hemorrhage that took place associated with this injury. Would that take some type of force of her biting down on her own tongue for that to occur?
That's possible.
Okay. Well, you said teeth marks. Did it look like it was somebody else's teeth marks?
No.
Right, so it would have been her own,
Yes.
clamping down on her own tongue. Is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Now, with regard to going on to, I guess, down the neck a little bit, you, looking at page 3, good point. Every injury we've talked about so far, those are those of those classifications, ante-mortem versus post-mortem, can you tell us what those injuries are?
Antemortem.
So prior to death.
Yes.
All of those blows
Yes.
on her head, her face, her shoulders, her neck, back of her head, top of her head, all occurred ante-mortem. Is that right?
Yes.
And for purposes of the record, or for the jury, does that mean while she was still alive?
Yes.
Looking at page 3, you're still going on the head and neck area, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at one point on that, you say there is a 1-inch abrasion on the middle of the submental region of the head, and then you, in parentheses, under the chin. And there's a red abraded contusion on the right side of the submental region of the head. Can you just explain what submental is?
So this area directly under the chin. So not quite neck, but it's just this particular area.
And can you look at State's Exhibit number 256?
Yes.
And is that display the injury we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
And can you describe for the jury what you're looking at, please?
So this picture is of directly under the chin, the submental region of the head. The little marker with the case number and the scale is right underneath it. And what you can see is that 1-inch linear abrasion that's on the middle, and then you've got an abraded contusion right next to it on the right side.
And then we already talked about 250. You said there was a pattern abrasion on her left lower jaw line. Is that
Yes,
correct?
correct.
Different than the zigzag pattern.
Yes, sir.
Going on, you stated there is a diffuse band-like distribution of zigzag tread-like pattern abraded contusion extending across the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe, or in layman's terms, explain what that means?
So the same kind of zigzag tread-like patterns that I described on the face, you can also see across the anterior aspect of the neck and even just into the upper aspect of the middle of her chest.
And are those something that is difficult to see, or is it something that is plainly apparent to you?
It's pretty obvious to me, yes.
Okay. And those injuries, if you're looking at 257, 258, there is no 259, and then 260. If you look at those and tell me whether or not those fairly and accurately represent that injury that you just described.
Did you say 260 as well, or just 250?
Yes, 257, 258, and 260.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On 260, do you see a little bit more defined area on part of that photograph that is not necessarily part of the zigzag pattern, but is something that you noted?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
So this picture, you can see the zigzag pattern across her anterior aspect of her neck and middle of the upper chest, and then there's also what looks like a contusion kind of right here at the kind of at the base of the right side of her neck, almost the anterior aspect of her right shoulder.
Is it, and when you say contusion, is that something that you then, during your internal examination, determined that that was below surface level?
Yes.
Okay. And were there other contusions across her neck and chest area, clavicle, that were different from the zigzag patterns?
Just that they weren't patterned, but you had abraded contusions, abrasions, contusions, all in that area, yes.
And abraded contusion, what does that mean?
It's kind of a mixture of both an abrasion and contusion.
Okay. I got you. Now I understand. I'm thinking of like hair braids. So it's braided.
Abraded.
It's an abrasion
Yeah,
slash.
abrasion. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. I understand. So let's talk about, we're still on the head and neck. Let's talk about the back of her body.
Okay.
Oh my word. Okay, there's still a few minutes, let's see. Not much, and then they break for lunch, and then we might just be able to skip right over that. I think so, yeah. One Aussie hero said, I love the way Dr. Dwyer explains it visually. I think it helps the jury a lot as well. You know, when she points at exactly where the injury is, you know, I think that visual is very helpful for the jury, as horrific as the evidence is. So they don't have to imagine themselves, wait, which side and where. She's literally pointing while describing.
Tell us what you observed on the back during your external examination. What did you observe on the back of her head, neck, shoulder areas?
Well, I already mentioned that the back of her neck, you could see a 3/8-inch abraded contusion, and also you had more of those petechial hemorrhages. But then on the back, you have a mixture of contusions and abraded contusions, and then you also have these area of confluent abrasions that actually have a different appearance than everything else. They have a more post-mortem appearance.
Okay, so there, on the back itself, there was some antemortem
And post-mortem.
and postmortem. Okay. And for those injuries to occur, would there have had to have been some type of force? I'm talking about the postmortem one.
Mm-hmm.
Some type of force or contact with the skin post-mortem that would have caused those.
So, because it's an abrasion, because it's on the skin only, it's like a friction injury by definition.
So if you're dragging something, a body that is already deceased, is it possible that...
Traction leading.
Don't lead your witness.
What are your opinions about whether or not dragging a body that is already deceased might be able to cause those type of injuries?
That's one possibility.
You talked about a palpable hematoma within the soft tissues of the face.
Yes.
But no fractures. Kind of talk to us about that.
So you could feel in some of those areas with contusion that there was some fullness in the skin underneath it. So again, just suggesting that either there's edema or swelling or blood in underneath some of those injuries. But I did not appreciate palpably or even on x-ray any fractures of her facial bones or her skull for that matter.
Given the amount of external injuries, was that surprising to you?
I don't make assumptions.
Understood. And yeah, I don't want you to make assumptions either. With regard to, is it common though that sometimes you might see fractures associated with these type of injuries?
I've seen it both ways.
Okay. You did note that this was no evidence of stomping injuries. Is that right?
I would never call it a stomping injury, but I don't see any fractures both palpably or on the x-ray of her facial bones or skull.
So, but they would be consistent with this pressing we talked about?
Yes.
Gotcha. All right, let's talk about the trunk. Going on. Where do you, when you talk about the trunk in your autopsy, what are you referring to?
So I'm referring to the region of the body that includes the chest, the abdomen, and the back. So kind of the central part of the body.
Okay. And can you just briefly kind of tell us what evidence of injury you saw on her trunk area?
So some we've actually already covered. She had the same patterned abraded contusions that looked kind of zigzag or tread-like across the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest. She had an abraded contusion that was 1.5 inches of just kind of overlying the right clavicle bone in this area. She had a 3 by 1 inches focus of band-like, so similar to a band, abraded contusions across the anterior aspect of the left shoulder. She had a cluster of petechial type hemorrhages or abraded contusions on the left side of the chest just medial of the left nipple, so kind of in this area. She had a 3 8-inch contusion and a 3/4 inch linear abrasion on the lateral aspect of the left side of the chest. She had a 3 8-inch pale blue contusion of the anterior aspect of her right hip. She had multiple red contusions measuring up to 3/4 inch on the middle of her upper back. And then she had these areas of kind of that tan brown confluent abrasions across the back. They were slightly more so on the right than the left side of the back. And she also had them on the posterior aspect of her right upper arm and her right elbow. And then she had more contusions on the left side of her upper back, abrasions measuring up to 1/4 inch on the left side of her upper back, a 1-inch abrasion on the right side of her upper back, and then a cluster of petechial type hemorrhages on the left side of her back, and then more abrasions on the middle and lower back. And then she also had a cluster of contusions that were measured up to 1/4 inch, so pretty small, but they're on the right buttock.
I'm not going to take the time to go into great depth about what injuries she had on her extremities, but did she have injuries on her extremities?
Yes, sir.
That were associated with, or would have been consistent with occurring during the same time as these other injuries?
That's possible, yes.
Okay. And is there any area of her body, other than potentially her right arm, that did not have evidence of injuries?
No.
Those photographs that we're referring to as far as the trunk goes, if you look at 260, I think we've already talked about that, but look at 264, 265, did those show some of those injuries?
You said 260 to 265?
Just 260, 264, 265 are the two that I'm wanting to look at right now.
Yes, sir.
And I want to specifically ask you what is depicted in State's Exhibit number 265.
So in 265, it's a picture of her entire back, again with the small tag that has the unique identifying number for her and the scale. And you can see kind of the multiple abrasions and contusions that I described on the back, including those areas of confluent abrasions that kind of have a different tan brown color to them that I think are post-mortem.
So some were ante-mortem and some were post-mortem?
Yes, sir.
And is it hard to fall down or whatever, if you bump up against something, is there going to generally be one particular place where it comes and impacts your body? If something, unless it has multiple impact points on it.
Action leading your eye.
Sustained.
You understand what I'm asking you?
Let me rule on the objection. Your objection is sustained. I'll lead the witness.
Yes, sir. With regard to the number of injury or number of points of force used just on the back, do you see, can you give an estimate of, just looking at it, how many there might have been?
I would just say multiple impact sites.
Okay. And these type of injuries that were on her back, are they the type of injuries that have what you would consider contusions that go into the musculature?
There's both abrasions and contusions, yes.
Are there multiple contusions as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor. You want to approach real quick?
Shame, and then they break for lunch. You know, after hearing all that. The poor jury. I know they have to have a break, but like imagine having lunch after that. Difficult, hey? But this witness is excellent, right? So professional, explains everything so well, looks at the jury.
So looking at
Three more
the
questions.
rest
Three more
of your
questions.
autopsy, right now we're on page 3. Looking, continues on to page 4, and you talk about evidence of asphyxia.
Yes.
Okay. Because ultimately, what was your conclusion as to the cause of death in this case?
So the complete statement I made for cause of death, she died as the result of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation.
And so are smothering and strangulation a form of asphyxiation?
Both are, yes.
Okay. And so evidence of asphyxia goes to that conclusion, is that right?
Correct.
And so if you would kind of explain for us we've already talked, I think, about the generalized congestion, but other things that went into your opinion that for the evidence of asphyxiation.
Yes. So again, she has generalized congestion of the head and face. She's got petechial hemorrhages in her scalp, in her facial skin, in both of her eyes, in the gingiva, and even on the posterior aspect of her neck. And she also has petechial hemorrhages on the skin behind both ears. And then she also has floor petechial hemorrhages within the skin of the anterior aspect of the neck and upper chest. And then also, not to forget, she has those patterned abrasions, abraded contusions that go over the middle of her face, including her nose and mouth.
And so what would you call it if you have something where a person's airway is blocked? Is that smothering or strangulation?
Okay, so smothering is with the upper airway, the nose and the mouth being covered. Choking is the airway is occluded by like an object, or just something within the back part of the oral cavity. Strangulation, however, means that there's pressure on the neck, and you have the airway and the vasculature in the neck.
And so let's go a little further than just evidence of asphyxiation. You said with smothering and with strangulation. So let's talk about those two things.
Yes, sir.
What are the evidence of smothering, and what is the evidence of strangulation?
So your evidence of smothering is essentially you have these injuries that go across the nose and the mouth. So that would be supportive of that, in addition to all the features of asphyxia. And then furthermore, for strangulation, that's part of the looking at things internally. I don't know if you want me to go into that.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We're not going to show any photographs to the jury of any internal examination, all right? But I do want you to talk about that with regard to how you can tell that there was smothering and or strangulation.
So the smothering I just covered. But for strangulation, there's a specialized dissection that we can perform where we actually look at the musculature of the anterior aspect of the neck, and we look at it layer by layer. And you're looking for evidence of hemorrhage in the musculature. And then in addition to that, you're looking at the cartilaginous structures of the airway. So if you feel here, the windpipe, that's what we're looking at. And sometimes you can see fractures of that in strangulation. But essentially, I did that specialized dissection in this case.
Yes. Okay. And and is that part of the evidence that you took into account as far as making your findings?
Correct.
Okay. Now, as you, so we had the evidence submitted we've already talked about, and then you talked a little bit more about your internal examination just a moment ago. But let's talk about that just a little bit further, and what other areas did you examine internally that gave you evidence of possible injuries?
That what I just described, the anterior neck dissection that I performed for her.
Understood. But there was also an internal examination of, say, the scalp, the skull.
Oh, yes.
Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And did that show some type of evidence of injury there?
So the scalp, I already mentioned previously that there were no fractures of the skull, but one of the things that we do during the autopsy is we reflect the scalp so that we can look underneath the scalp, and she had multiple points of bleeding underneath the scalp.
And what is it that causes that type of bleeding?
Impact.
Okay. And you said there were multiple points of bleeding under the scalp, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so is it your opinion, what is your opinion based upon that, as far as the number of impacts?
Oh, still multiple.
Okay.
Okay, let's stop for lunch, okay? We will start back up at 5 after 1 or close to it. See you now.
The mom and dad are in the courtroom. Yep. Wow. Okay, so we're going to skip over the lunch now. We'd like to start a bit later, right? So we can do that. So just hang in there. We're gonna teleport now.
Check 105, everybody.
Ready? Okay. And we're back. We just skipped over it. Salome Baptist Smith, dissociative identity disorder is in the DSM-5, by the way. You guys are talking about that, I guess, because Tanner Horner seems to be a malingerer, in my opinion. He seems to have self-diagnosed quite a bit, but we'll have to hear from the defense's experts, right? Because I'm sure they're going to have them when they present their case. For all that mitigating evidence to try to save his life. That's what his attorneys must do, because this is a death penalty case, right? Okay, so they went for lunch. We skipped over it. Here we continue. Here he comes. I don't know, man. I know it's his trial. I know everybody deserves a fair trial, but damn, man, like this guy, I said it earlier, like just walking in there after lunch, sitting down, hearing all that you did to a child. How do we know that? Because he confessed to it and pleaded guilty to it. He even led them to her body. Thank goodness, because if he didn't do that, I wonder how long it would have taken and what evidence they would have had. That's a scary thought as well, right? But then again, there was a lot of digital evidence they were busy getting and tracking where the FedEx vehicle was. They saw there was a 40-minute time gap, and he hadn't finished delivering his packages, so maybe they would have found her, but I'm glad that he led the police to Athena's body, because it was within 3 days, and then they could get as much evidence as possible, right, against him. Okay. Crystal Anderson said, I love that we start late and can skip breaks and lunch. Now, here we joke that you close your lunch boxes, but it's just a joke, okay? You can eat your lunch. You can snack. It's just, we just say it because it's like, whoa, close it because we're about to teleport. Buckle up. Here we go. And off we go. Skip right over lunch, which I do like as well. Okay, so let's continue here. All right. So I'm guessing we'll see more of the medical examiner now. They still got to finish direct examination and then cross-examination.
All right, everyone may be seated. Good afternoon. Mr. Berry, you may continue. Yes.
Dr. Dwyer, you take that sheet and set number 7 inside here. And then you have the one you removed, right? Hand me the book. Thank you. Dr. Dwyer, with regard to these photos that we've been looking at, I'm going to name them off one by one so that we can, you have the contact sheet so you know what we're talking about. State's exhibit number 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, and then the one you took out was 245.
Yes, sir.
And that one's still going to be off.
Oh, we're going to be zooming in soon. That's an odd view, hey? I just want to see, does this picture come up? Yes. I mean, I was just going to show you, like, how can anyone harm a child? How can anyone harm this little girl. I mean, the amount of injuries pressing on her with, by the sound of his shoes, right? Strangulation, blunt force trauma. How? And there he sits at the trial. What the hell, dude? Sure, I hope the jury, I hope they'll be able to recover from this trial. Imagine not even knowing, well, what are we up for here? What kind of case? And then it's this case. Wow. Okay, so anyway, we shall see. I don't know how long this trial will go on because we're in phase 2, right? And the state said a few weeks for their evidence, so I don't know. I would anticipate, if I had to guess, I think the state's going to rest this week. I don't know how long the defense's case will be. Hey, when are they going to deliberate? That's the question. I think we're ready for that. Hey, they're not ready yet.
246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, 253, 254, and then skip 255, 256, 257, 258, no exhibit for 259, 260, 261, 262, no exhibit for 263, 264, 265, 266, 267, and 268. Those numbers, which I just read into the record, are each of those, Dr. Dwyer, photographs that were taken by you during the autopsy of Athena Strand on December 3rd, 2022.
Yes, sir.
And do they fairly and accurately represent the injuries that you have been speaking to this jury about?
Yes, sir.
I will offer those numbers, which I just read into the record, into evidence at this time.
Any objections other than those previously given to me?
No additional objection.
Okay, those objections are overruled. State's Exhibits 231 through 254. State's Exhibits 256 to 258. State's Exhibits 260 to 262. And State's Exhibit 264 to 268 are admitted.
Thank you. Hand these back. Thank you.
Stefan says, I wonder if the prosecution can mention his 3 SA charges and call these witnesses. There was someone in chat the other day that said that their daughter is going to testify, that she is one of his victims of SA, sexual assault, okay. And so that she will be testifying. So if that's true, then hopefully they can bring that in, right?
So at the end, we were talking about, or before lunch, we were talking about evidence of asphyxiation. I believe we've already offered into evidence these different items that were gathered during the autopsy.
Yes, sir.
Then you had the internal examination, and you talked about the, what did you call it with regard to the neck, tissues around the neck?
That's a specialized dissection, the anterior neck dissection, which was included in the description for evidence of injury.
Okay. And then you talk about the head. Let me go on to the next page, which is page 5. Tell me about the findings related to the head, if there's any additional findings that are relevant as far as this goes.
So conventionally, with my autopsy reports and how our office organizes them, all of the evidence of injury will be in a section called evidence of injury. For the internal examination, that will be everything outside of the injury, so what's normal, essentially. And I'll refer in certain categories to the C evidence of injury section, but at this point, it's just all of the quote-unquote normal findings.
Gotcha. So those are not things that would indicate any additional injuries other than what you've already described in the earlier part of the autopsy?
No, sir.
Okay. So we're going on to page number 6.
what are we looking at here, middle of page number 6?
So during the autopsy, we will collect fluids for postmortem toxicology testing that is done in our laboratory at the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences. I do not personally perform the tox analysis, but the results of their report will be incorporated into the autopsy report.
And essentially, were there any findings?
Negative for everything.
Right. So, going on to page number 7, is this where your findings are summarized?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go through those. Regarding the blunt force injuries, would you just read the letter and then what the finding is into the record for the jury?
So capital letter A are numerous abrasions and contusions of the head, neck, trunk, and extremities, including patterned abrasions and abraded contusions across the midface, anterior neck, and upper chest. Then moving down to capital B, focal lacerations of the lip and tongue mucosa. Capital letter C, acute subscapular hemorrhages. Capital letter D, acute intramuscular hemorrhages within the bilateral temporalis muscles.
Okay. Before we go on to that, I want to talk about these subscapular hemorrhages. Was there any, when you're looking at somebody's head, how do you describe the front, the back, the sides?
So we have whenever we're describing injuries in general, we follow what's called the standard anatomic position. So if you picture the standard anatomic position would be you facing me, arms at your side with your hands face forward, and that's how we determine direction in a standard process. So front of the head would be the forehead, back of the head is the back, and then right and left.
But it would be the person's right, not your right as you're looking.
That's correct.
Was there any of those areas that did not have some type of subscapular hemorrhages?
I would say that there was relative sparing of the right temporal scalp, which is this area. Otherwise, you had subscapular hemorrhages under the frontal scalp, the parietal scalps at the top of the head, and the occipital scalp is the back of the head.
And did those come from one or more than one individual impact?
That would be multiple impacts.
Now, with regard to the evidence of smothering and strangulation, I think we've covered that pretty good so far. Is there anything additional regarding that you would bring to the attention of the jury?
No, sir.
And then you have this number 3. What is the number 3 one?
So, again, by convention, we typically will include some circumstantial information to the case. That's usually how we kind of end our findings. And in this instance, I noted per report the decedent was found dead and naked in a river.
And then as far as the ultimate conclusion, would you read that, please?
Based on the case history and autopsy findings, it is my opinion that Athena Strand, a 7-year-old white female, died as a result of blunt force injuries with smothering and strangulation.
And then regarding the manner of death?
Homicide.
And can you explain how homicide is different from other types of death?
So I think it's easier to sometimes define what's cause and manner of death. Ultimately, the reason why I'm doing an autopsy is I'm trying to determine why this person is dead, and I'm going to make a conclusion about the cause and manner of death. Cause of death is the injury or the disease that resulted in the person's death. Manner of death tells you how that comes about. So cause of death is free text, it's more wordy typically. Manner of death, you only have 5 options: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
Based upon the injuries that you observed on Athena Strand, do you have an opinion as to whether or not she suffered pain and suffering as a result of these injuries?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of her testimony.
I'll let her answer.
Honestly, yes, I think she did.
Now I want to talk to you a little bit more about a specific picture, that one that we pulled out.
Okay.
And I'm going to show you some other photographs that have already been admitted into evidence. Dr. Dwyer, I am going to show you what has been marked as 4 different exhibits. State's Exhibit number 203, State's Exhibit number 204, State's Exhibit number 205, and State's Exhibit number 206. And I want you...
I'm sorry?
Excuse me? Oh.
Oh, they're approaching. Look at the judge. Robolink 15 says she's the gold standard of medical examiners. Right? Thank you, Analytical One, for the coffees. We'll just stare at him. Can he feel it? Just staring at him. Wow. Okay, got a bit of sidebar going on there.
Submitted through to the Southwest Institute of Forensic Science.
Yes.
That was contained within the autopsy photos, even though it wasn't taken as part of the autopsy.
That's correct.
Okay. And did you have a chance to look at that compared to the potential injuries in the case?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I think we're going to just use number 206.
Okay.
And I want to just discreetly, if you would, just pull. Can she step down, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Goble, if you or Ms. Anderson need to move, you're welcome to go over to the jury.
Thank you.
Well,
Selena Martinez said, and he shows no remorse. He's full of excuses, Ryan.
Dr. Dwyer, I asked you to identify of the photographs that were taken during the autopsy, which of the photographs that you felt best represented with scale the tread patterns. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was that this photograph that has been marked as State's Exhibit number 245?
Yes, sir.
And then this photograph of a shoe tread pattern that has already been marked marked and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit number 206. And just ask you if you were to compare, I'm not asking you to compare this to, but if you were to compare, do you feel like these would be objects that you would like to look at if you were to compare these?
So, yeah, if I was going to, yes.
Okay. I will ask if I can publish these to the jury.
yes, sir.
All right. And I just want to make sure we're careful that we don't put them in front of anybody but the jury. Thank you. You can read them. State's Exhibit number 272.
I'm sorry, 270 what?
272.
Okay.
Page notes, State's Exhibit number 272, this would be page 3, I believe.
Yes, sir.
And is this document, while you were doing it, the injuries that you observed on the face and head of the victim, Athena Strand, in this case?
Yes, sir.
And we're taking, it looks like a man in this picture, right?
Right. It's a standard body diagram that we use on our cases.
Gotcha. Okay, so I'm not going to ask you to go through these again, but these, if you take these in conjunction with the pictures, does it help explain the things that they're looking at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And so, like you documented a moment ago, you said the right side of the head was free of the subscapular hemorrhages, is that right?
Yes, sir.
But there's still evidence of injury on the right side of the head.
Yes, sir.
And then the next page being page 4 of that same document. And does this diagram show all of the different evidence of injuries that are throughout the body of Athena Strand that she suffered in this case?
Yes, everything but the head, because that's on the previous diagram. Yes.
And then this part right here, where it's up and down like that, what does that represent?
Those are the confluent abrasions that appeared post-mortem that I described previously that are on the back.
But all the other injuries other than that would be anti-mortem, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then, I apologize, I didn't do this before, but I wanted to point out, where you talk about the tread mark patterns here, do you note that here on the nose area?
Yes.
And also over here on the cheek?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Connie. Good afternoon, Dr. Dwyer.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for coming in today. I just want to follow up with a couple of things, and you forgive me if you've already testified to me. From your autopsy report, for the external genitalia, you found they were unremarkable,
Correct.
and the anus was also unremarkable,
Yes, sir.
and the perineum was unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
And that's the same area, right?
All in the same area. That's the space between, for her, the vagina and the anus. Yes.
Thank you. And you found no trauma to the vaginal labia,
I did not know.
and no trauma within the vaginal vault.
That's correct.
Vaginal hymen was present,
Yes.
intact,
Yes.
and unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
There was no trauma within the anus or the perineal skin.
Yes, sir.
And was it either you or the autopsy tech collected the sexual activity kit?
The autopsy tech.
And it was at that time during the autopsy.
That's done at the beginning of the autopsy, yes.
Okay.
But I looked before she did before she collected.
Yeah, I think you described how you began the autopsy by doing an overall view.
Yes. Yes.
You had noted in the autopsy report that her teeth were intact,
Yes.
and there were no fractures within the fissure bones.
Not that I, no, there were not.
The hyoid bone and the laryngeal
Laryngeal?
cartilages were intact and unremarkable.
Yes, sir.
You also noted in
Sorry for the delay in updating the banner there. I was quickly having a stretch and yes, Stefan says, Mr. Goebel, please speak closer to the microphone. Thank you. Also, I understand the defense has a job to do, but yeah, as if these questions are going to help. It was absolutely horrifying to hear what happened to Athena. Now, there's no signs of sexual assault when it comes to injuries, right? Thank goodness. Do you know what I mean? I mean, it's so bad already. Maybe, as you guys were saying in chat, Athena fought like hell. Like, absolutely fought for her life. Maybe he wasn't able to do that. Yeah, I'm ready for sentencing, and you?
Your autopsy report that there were no broken or missing fingernails,
Correct.
and there were no fractures to the clavicle, ribs, sternum, pelvis, vertebral column.
No.
So you didn't notice any broken bones.
No.
And you are not a footwear expression analyst.
No.
Ask what is John.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. What, if any, effect would it have, or do you know, what, if any, effect it would have for a person who was sexually assaulted? If they were unconscious or even deceased, would the findings be different than they would be if they were conscious?
Okay, so you said conscious or deceased. I mean,
I
conscious
said
is
unconscious.
unconscious is still not dead though.
Yes.
Versus dead. Again, it's kind of back to the same antemortem versus postmortem injuries, in that if you had an injury and there was a lack of vital reaction or inflammation or hemorrhage, you would presume that if it was there and didn't have those qualities, that it would be postmortem. The point is, I didn't see any injuries to her genitalia.
Understood. And just because there's no visible trauma, does that mean that some type of sexual contact or sexual assault could not have taken place?
That's correct. That the lack of injuries does not mean that there's a possibility that sexual assault did or did not occur.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Coe?
So that was important to clarify. Good job, State, for the redirect, hey? Just because there were no injuries doesn't mean there wasn't a form of sexual assault. Why? Because the State said in the opening statements, which we yet to hear about DNA evidence like that Athena had Tanner Horner's DNA under her fingernails and in places where it really should never be on a 7-year-old girl. That's what they said, so we still need to hear that, right? Pernille said, in my opinion, Athena was a smart, feisty girl. Yes, I think so too. Oh man, okay.
No, you're not.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, sir.
Any objection?
No.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
I think she did an excellent job on the stand.
Make sure you didn't grab something by mistake.
No, this is, these are ours.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Who do you have next?
Your Honor, I believe that we're going to be looking at Joseph Thomas, but we may need to have a hearing outside the presence before we start this portion.
Okay. What did you say the name was?
Joseph Thomas, jail administrator.
Okay. All right, you retire to your room. I'll call you right back.
The jury is going to their room.
All right, everyone may be seated. Let me have the next.
Can I get actual exhibit stickers, please? Okay, I'll try to-
Caroline Taterville said, can we hear that DNA today, please? I don't know. We're going to hear it today or not. What else are we going to hear today? Oh, my. I think we're all about ready for this trial to wrap up, right? But the defense will still put on, I mean, the state's still busy with their case, number one. Two, the defense is going to put on a major case, I'm sure, because that is to present evidence, mitigating evidence to, again, I'm just saying it in layman's terms, to feel sorry for Tanner Horner so that the jury, according to the defense, would hopefully not sentence him to death, right? They're going to try to save his life.
44,
Did we already?
45. We marked them, but you gave me exhibit stickers, but I put them on the transcripts, not on the actual. So I need new ones.
Okay, so you're gonna remark it.
Yeah. So it's 42, 44, 45, 48, 40.
Combat Gremlin said, can we also go home, Grizzly? Where are you watching from? Stay here, don't go. No, I'll always save you your seat. Here at Grizzly True Crime, if any of this ever gets too much for you, just know, we'll save your seat. If it's too much, look after your mental health and come back when you're ready. And we'll be here.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. So for our firm testimony in this call, the truth, whole truth, just okay. Rules of evidence that affects his account being court, like you're testifying, once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Here. You don't want to see this.
Sheila says, does anyone know of any jurors that handed down a death penalty? Chad Daybell? Sean Finnegan? Trying to think who else. Those come to mind.
Thank you.
287 to the court.
What did you
287 through
Oh, we just remarked these.
so what are they being?
They're around the 42.
Okay, so you want to play the entire...
We also need to lay the foundation.
Yeah,
for
we
it.
can let... Okay. Can I just approach the witness?
Yeah, absolutely. State like well, identify the witness for purposes of the record.
Your Honor, the state calls Joseph Thomas, who
Okay.
is...
And record will reflect that I have sworn him in to testify truthfully.
Mr. Thomas, first of all, how you were employed? Every employee.
I'm the jail administrator of the Wise County Sheriff's Office.
And as the jail administrator, are you also the custodian of records for all jail calls that are captured there at the Wise County Jail when inmates call out or if they have visitations, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And were you asked to go to look at 5 separate recordings that were to confirm whether or not they were calls, true and correct copies of calls that were recorded at the Wise County Jail on either calls or visitations related to the defendant, in this case, Tanner Lynn Horner?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, just for those, if you're just joining now or you missed this part, the judge sent the jury out, go to your room. He didn't say that today, but he said it the other day. It was a good moment. He just looked at them, go to your room, and they all laughed. So this is Joseph Thomas, jail administrator, right? So this is Voire. The jury is not present so that the state, the defense, and the judge can decide on what he can and cannot testify to in his upcoming testimony and to qualify him for this, right? Okay, so, 5 recorded jail calls. Who was visiting Tanner Horner? Ooh. Oh dear, shame. And can you imagine, I wonder what, whoever it was, what are they thinking now? Surely they're watching the trial, Ryan. Ooh.
And first I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 42. Now, if we can get all the documentation together if we needed to, but as far as when those calls occurred, but if I when you went over those, you have an opportunity to look at what time it was and make sure that that was one of those calls.
Yes, sir, I did.
So with regard to State's Exhibit number 42, was that a call that was made on December the 3rd, 2022, which was the day after Tanner Horner was arrested in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I'm going to identify by when they were made, and then I'll ask you one question or a couple questions related to all of them. And then on State's 44, is that a call that was made on December the 14th, 2022, I believe about 11:24 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 45, State's Exhibit, is that a call that was made on December the 15th, 2022, approximately 8:31 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And State's Exhibit number 48, is that a call that was made on March 15th, 2023 at approximately 12:06 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, State's Exhibit number 49, is that a call that was made on April the 21st, 2023 at approximately 8:50 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are each of these calls, as a custodian of record, I think you can answer these questions, are each of these calls made in the regular course of business there at the Wise County Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
For all inmates?
Yes, sir.
I shouldn't say the Sheriff's Office. It's really the Wise County Jail we're talking about.
Yes, sir.
And are they also kept, you may have a third-party company that stores them, but are they kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are they made, the time that the recordings are made, is that at or near the time of the matter recorded on those recordings?
Yes, sir.
And then finally, the persons with knowledge of the matters recorded on those recordings, the people who are actually recorded on the recordings themselves?
Yes, sir.
Meaning the caller and the call taker or the visitor, both ends of the visitors. In addition to that, are there some auto notations that are done by the computer as far as the time that's left on the call, a statement that your call is being recorded, it's a warning to that effect?
It depends on the call, but yes, sir.
Okay. So if there's an additional electronic type voice, that's what we're listening to, correct?
Correct.
And I believe that all of these calls are between Tanner Horner, and it may be visitations on at least one of the incidents, Tanner Horner and Melissa Horner, his mother, Tanner Horner and Jackie Harbison, his grandmother, or Tanner Horner and Cassie Waite, his girlfriend.
Correct.
Okay. With that, I would offer these into evidence with that understanding, and then play them for the jury.
Oh my. Okay, so his mother, he spoke to her on a jail call, Melissa, Jackie, his grandmother, and Cassie, his fiancée, who he has a son with, and the son was about one year old when Tanner was arrested. Wow, to think that he had a child here. And to think that he's like, please, just let me go home for a month just to spend Christmas with my son. After you confessed to killing a little girl. Like, what the hell? Yeah, okay.
Can you go witness?
Yes, ma'am.
What is your title, please?
Jail administrator.
Okay, jail administrator, Mr. Thomas. So
Yes,
are you
ma'am.
a sheriff, or is Mr. Thomas okay?
What's that?
I want to make sure that I afford you the respect that you've earned, so are you...
Oh, Mr. Thomas is fine, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Thomas, you are not able to identify the voices on that recording, are you?
No, I can identify at least one of the voices on the recording.
But you can't identify the other voices, can you?
No, ma'am.
You were also, well, let me back up. Wise County Jail contracts with a third party in order to make jail calls available to the inmates. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in Wise County's case, do they use Securus or do they use Correct Solutions? What is the third party?
Correct Solutions.
And so all of the recordings are on the Correct Solutions software or through their programs?
I would assume they have a server placed somewhere that they keep the audio on.
And so the person who makes the call pays not Wise County, but this third party, right?
Correct.
And it's the third party that has the actual raw data of those phone calls, correct?
Correct. Which I have access to.
Your Honor, at this time, we would object to these calls coming in on a number of grounds. Number one, he is not the proper custodian of records. For these calls, he stated that...
Just hold on. Of course they're going to object. The jury can't see them objecting right now. Wish they could, because like, oh, why don't you want those in, huh? Why? Obviously, the less that comes in, the better for them. Although he pleaded guilty, I'm just saying. You know, I wonder what he's going to say on those calls to his mother, his grandmother, and his fiancée.
While he may have access to them, they actually are serviced by Securus, or in this case, I'm sorry, Correct Solutions. So the custodian of records for these calls, in order to lay the proper foundation, would be Correct Solutions. Second of all, he said that while he might be able to identify one of the voices, he cannot identify the second voice on these calls, therefore making that hearsay. And again, just because, even if it was to come in under a business records exception, the records themselves are subject to the rules of evidence. And in this case, it's hearsay.
Those objections would be overruled. And if offered in the presence of the jury, I would admit states 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49. You may have a running objection if they're offered and admitted. Anything else we need to do outside the presence of the jury with this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. I would also say that if he cannot identify the parties, then I would ask that we have a motion in limine to prevent him from guessing who those third parties might be, and also ask that the state not inform him who those third parties might be.
That's granted. If he can identify the second person, that's fine, but if not, don't give any additional information.
Yes, sir.
And lastly, when we were told that Mr. Thomas would be here, we had asked the state to ask Mr. Thomas to bring us any disciplinary write-ups that Mr. Horner may have had, and I just would like to inquire whether or not he brought those write-ups with him.
He has not received any disciplinaries while in my custody.
Okay.
All right, we ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go.
Judge says, okay, let's go. Bring in the jury and let's hear these jail calls, hey? So it's either going to be his mother, Melissa, Jackie the grandma, or Cassie the fiancée. Okay. I'll go forward a bit. All right.
Everyone may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Mr. Thomas, would you please tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm the jail administrator for Wise County Sheriff's Office, the jail division.
And as the jail administrator, are you
Do you act as the custodian of records for any type of phone calls that a inmate would make from the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir, I do.
And are there also recordings done when a person has a visitation there at the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And are these recordings, are they made in the regular course of business for each and every phone call that an inmate makes or visitation?
Yes, they are.
And are they kept in the regular course of business through a third-party contractor, therefore the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And are they, the recordings themselves, are they made at the time that the conversation takes place?
Yes, sir.
And are the person with knowledge of the matters that are recorded on those the two people who are having a conversation, either on the phone or in a visitation situation?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to any other voices that you might hear other than those two people that are engaged in the conversation, would those be electronic voices that are generated by the computer system that records?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Don't lead your witness.
What would be the other type of?
Look at the judge. Don't lead your witness. He's doing a little bit of eye roll there. Shh. I'm an author poet. Welcome. You said Grizzly True Crime, top-notch streaming always. Thank you so much.
Voice you might hear besides those two individuals?
You'll hear an automated voice giving a warning of like a 2-minute warning left, and at the beginning of the phone call, it'll tell them that there's a inmate from Wise County Jail calling them.
And although you may not recognize both sides of the conversation, is there one person for each of these conversations? And I'm showing you specifically recording number 42, recording number 44, or State's Exhibit number 42, State's Exhibit number 44, State's Exhibit number 45, State's Exhibit number 48, and State's Exhibit number 49. Is there one person that is common and that you do recognize your voice on each of those phone calls?
Yes, sir, I do.
And can you tell us who that person is?
Would you like me to address him as what I would call him as inmate?
No,
Okay.
I want you to just tell me his name, please.
Tanner Horner?
Yes, sir. And with regard to that, are these true and accurate recordings of those that were made and kept in the regular course of business at the Wise County Jail?
Yes, sir.
And for identification purposes, State's Exhibit 42, is that a call that was made on December the 3rd, 2022?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
It's the same, don't lead your witness.
With regard to, I guess it'll say there's some type of document at the beginning of the recording. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I can't tell you for sure if it states the date and time, but it does state the person calling and the location they're calling from.
Okay. All right. Well, I will just offer State's Exhibit 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49 in evidence.
Any objections other than those previously announced to the court?
No further objections.
All right, those are overruled. States Exhibits 42, 44, 45, 48, and 49 are admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would object to the publishing of these until the second voice can be identified.
Okay. Objections overruled.
They already went over that, man, in the voir dire. Caroline is an OG. Caroline, you have been here from the very beginning. Thank you for all your support, for being a member and a patron. Let me read your comment. You said, my money would bet on the DP being awarded in this case. If any crime fit the specs for the DP, this is it. Or so it seems to me, right? Sure, if not this, then what? I know not all states have it, and I know not all countries have it. But if they have it, this is the kind of case, right? Mm-hmm.
For purposes of the record, Your Honor, at this time I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 42.
Hello. 4, 2, is calling you from
Wise County.
press 1 for accepting the call. This call may be monitored or recorded. Yes.
Hi.
Hello? You okay?
Not really.
You want to tell me what happened?
I pulled into this like driveway and all that stuff. I was pulling forward and I was backing up, and then I hit the silver roll and
This call may be monitored or recorded. Go ahead.
and then she was crying. I tried calming her down, and it didn't work. And
Okay.
my thoughts were, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my job. Like everything started just.
Okay.
I know.
You should call the state, son. You should call the state.
I didn't know what to do, Mom.
What does you had that person, or one that's not well?
Damn, it sounds like we're underwater again. It's obviously audio from a jail call being broadcast in a courtroom, captured by cameras. You know what I mean? Earphones on, volume up, or you could mute it if you don't want to hear his whiny voice. But he just said mom. Oh, okay. So jail call 1, December 3rd of 2022. He was arrested the day before after leading police to Athena's body. Okay, and so this is very likely a call with his mother Melissa. All right.
Okay? They're not going to look at that way.
I know.
This is called, don't hurt. Be strong with this, okay? What did you do? What did you do? Did she die on her own?
No.
Oh my God.
I know. I can't get it. Like, Kathy hasn't even tried calling me up here. Like,
Yeah, she wanted to take a call. She wanted to have that call.
yeah.
Did you confide in her
What?
about this? Did you call her?
No.
I mean, she was really freaking out about it. You have 3 minutes remaining on this call.
What's this call? So, was it you guys who tried calling bail or whatever it was called?
Yeah,
How much was it?
1.5 million.
Are you kidding me?
No. They're mad. And let me tell you something, look, the task force, the FBI was here, they ransacked the house, they ransacked your place back there, they threw me and Nicholas down on the floor, and they almost threw me down. They fucked up everything. And Sharon, I just hope you didn't do nothing weird to that little girl.
I did.
Okay. I didn't think you did. I just know it. I know how you in it.
Well, honestly, with my medication, I barely even have a libido as it is.
Yeah, I mean,
I didn't do anything like that.
I didn't think so.
Did he just say with his medication he barely had libido? Is that what I heard? Whoa. I just put this closed captioning on just to even help me along. I don't know what the hell. Panache Luxury say closed captioning is behind it. Would be, right? The technology is not there yet for it to be live, like live closed captioning. But anyway, it's there. Did he literally say, firstly, his bond when he was arrested was $1.5 million. He's like, are you freaking kidding me? What? Yeah, well, yeah, it should have been no bond, actually. And he's like, what? $1.5 million? Yeah. Okay, so no, nobody was trying to bail you out, bro. They can't. And then he's talking about my medication gave me low libido. I didn't do anything to that little girl. Oh my word. Okay, let's carry on.
I didn't think you were a pervert. You know what happened to me with that little girl. I love you. I'm so sorry this happened. I'm so sorry to do that. That poor little girl. That poor baby.
I know.
I want you to pray for her and her family.
I know, Mom. Can you get a hold of Cassie, please? You have her number. Just talk to her, tell her I would like to hear from her.
Okay, I will. I just talked to her. This call may be monitored or recorded. She's been with her dad for a couple of weeks, so.
Is she bringing the baby with her?
I'm sure. Well, sure. Hannah, I'm so sorry. Your call will end in 1 minute.
1 minute.
Were you listening to that when you ran over your little girl?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm just on full blast and that truck doesn't have a backup camera. Well, it has a backup camera, but it doesn't work. It hasn't worked for like 2 months.
Stop it. Okay. Pernille's also helping. She, if you didn't know, she's got very good ears. She can help us decode things like this. Mom, that poor baby, him. I know. And then he just moved on from, yeah, I know. Can you get Cassie to call me? Like, oh wow, like next topic. Now he's talking about the FedEx truck saying, oh man, it didn't have cameras at the back. He is telling the story to his mother that he just injured Athena. That when he was backing out, he rode over her, put in the van, injured her. That's why I took her. Oh my word, he started this story early, huh? Mm-hmm. Pernille said, Mom says, I want you to pray for her and him. I know, Mom. Mm-hmm.
okay, well, I love you and I'm sorry this happened. Please pray for that baby and pray for their family. And you're in our prayers too, okay?
Don't know how much to tell you, but
Don't hurt yourself. Don't hurt yourself.
tell Cassie I love her.
Okay. We love you too.
Give Chester all my love. All my fucking love, Dave.
Okay. Tanner, be strong, okay?
I know.
It's not the end of the world, okay?
He said, give Cassie all my love, all my love. That's his girlfriend, right? The mother of his child. Uh-huh. And his mother just keeps saying, pray for that little girl, pray for her. And he just, every time says, just give Cassie my love. He deflects from that, hey? He doesn't want to talk about that. Okay.
Now I'm going to publish for purposes of record. I'm publishing State's Exhibit number 44. Then I'm going to go to 3 minutes and 16 seconds or 3 minutes and 15 seconds into the call to start where I'm going to start playing it at that point.
Which one is that?
44.
This call maybe?
Apparently they work in the same office, so there's that.
Judge, I'm sorry, we would object under rule of optional completeness.
So you wish to have the entire phone call played?
Let's see. One moment, let me just make sure I have the correct. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Berry, if you play the entire phone call.
Just letting you know it's 26 minutes, right?
All right.
Oh boy. The defense wants the entire phone call played? 26 minutes. So this is obviously the next exhibit, which then would be the December 14th of 2022 jail call. Remember, he was arrested December 2nd. Athena was abducted and murdered November 30th. Okay, here you go.
This call may be monitored. Material recorded.
watch your fingers. Ooh, you have to smash your finger. You know, you would think they would help you in here. I don't want to help. I want them to help you. I'm sitting here watching you struggle, and I can't just walk through the wall and help you get in here. I'm alright. I'm alright. I got out of the crazy room yesterday. Oh, you did? Yeah. Now they have me in the less crazy room. I actually have a toilet. They're giving me reading material. They gave me, so they gave me a Bible, right? Then I forgot how, like, the dialogue is, and I'm just sitting here like, oh my gosh, like I have to take a break, like, I have to take breaks constantly already because the dialogue is like Shakespearean almost.
Yeah. Is it in King James?
No, it's,
NIV?
no, not NIV. I can read the NIV very well. It's ESV or some bull crap. Yeah. I want my Bible. The one that Pastor V gave us when we all graduated. I want that one. That's in my room somewhere.
It is.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I talked to him last night. He even came up here to find out when he can come. I showed up here yesterday because I thought I came last Tuesday, but it was Monday. But still, it's different. Now, I come on Wednesday, you come on Wednesday and Fridays.
Huh. I'm guessing Mom's outside.
So she get home.
So I'm assuming this is the call with the grandma. December 14, 2022. He's sure sounding chipper. Like, he's talking about books he's reading and, you know, he's just sounding so excited.
She said she loves you very much. And she's super upset. A lot of people are.
Yeah. I can imagine. So, I have two lawyers. One's name is Bill Ray. That's the one that looks like Steve.
Yeah.
And then another guy whose name is Steve.
Really?
He even told me yesterday when I met the other guy, and I was like, oh, that's cool. But yeah. Apparently they work in the same office, so there's that. You would not believe all the crazy letters I am receiving.
Oh. You haven't seen nothing yet. I mean, it's world news. World news.
Shit, I have to tell you though, freaking, I'll talk to the first news station that can bail me the fuck out. I tempted to say that, but I kind of like a doubt that would happen.
Yeah.
I don't know, this is $1 million item. I guess. I don't know. Doubtful though.
So, you have why haven't you called? I put $50 on the book.
Oh, because I don't have your number.
You don't have.
When they took my property, I don't have anything to write that down with. You're going to have to give that to them. Be like, hey, give this to Tanner. Please, for the love of God. Otherwise, I would have been calling you.
Okay.
I know. It's a very frustrating thing.
And I just borrowed this pen from the lady at the desk. That we're not supposed to have them. But I said I need to take some notes.
That's a dumb little pen, isn't it?
Yeah. It works. It's dramatic.
Okay, have you talked to Cassie at all?
No.
You're never going to believe who sent me mail.
Who?
So, Nicole sent me a letter before Cassie does.
Really?
How do you think that makes me feel? I just want an update on my freaking son, man. And nobody can tell me anything.
He's okay. He's doing just fine.
Is he with Cassie or is he with?
He's with his grandma.
Of course.
What do you think you paid for?
Because I had an ingrown hair the other day and like I started messing with it and they don't let me cut my fingernails, so it just kind of gets bad. Yeah. But honestly, I need her dad's number because our phones are off right now by this point. I know they are.
So where is your phone?
But the detectives, I can't even get any numbers off of it.
Hey, that's okay.
Otherwise, I would have been calling everybody. Jonathan, everybody.
So I tried to look at Jonathan's number.
Yeah, you'll have to contact him. On Facebook, his name is Jonathan Earthgazer, because Earthgazer is the name of his band.
Okay. Well, I'm not on Facebook. Had to get off of it. Totally off of it.
Well, that's the only way you're going to be able to contact a lot of these people.
Okay, so, I just follow you.
No, I need you to. Like, you're not getting it, Amy.
No, I do get it, but you don't get all the hate that I'm getting from that.
Hate? You shouldn't be receiving any hate.
Oh, it's just, well, we're not supposed to talk about it.
You're not supposed to talk about the case. I want to know what they're saying on TV, because I guarantee they're always making it worse than it is.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's coming out that, you know, you didn't write it right.
No. Are you kidding me? On my medication, I couldn't even get up for Kathy. I know that's a load of too much information, but still. Like,
Why is he so casual about that, and why is he so comfortable talking about his libido with his mother and grandmother? It's like, no, man, of course not. I didn't rape her. Medication, low libido. Huh? Dude, like, the gravity of the situation. Stefan's like, ingrown hair? That's what you worry about? Mm-hmm. Pernille says, I just want this to be over. Thank you, Pernille, for helping out.
See, all they know is that a FedEx driver kidnapped her and killed her and then dumped her body. And,
I mean, that's basically the story from, like, what everybody is saying. Like, everybody here has who I am because of the TV.
yeah.
You know, you would think that I would have, like, people involved would have to sign waivers with shit like this, you know what I mean? Then again, these people are, they're monsters.
They're terrible.
They want their story. Yeah, that's all they want. That's why I'm kind of tempted to, like, right now, they're like, hey, you guys bond me out and give me like $1 million extra dollars? Yeah, I'll give you your story. Like asking the baby at a nice house, fix up y'all's house. You can do that with $1 million. Give little leftovers to the family, that whole thing, but. Can not be? They have not. I haven't been on my medication in almost 2 weeks. I'm feeling emotion. I broke it down the other day because I know that Chester's going to be looking around during Christmas. All his family members are going to be around. His best friend in the world is going to get a be there. You know he's a daddy's boy.
Yeah. Well, keep them alive, and, you know, you're keeping them alive a little more with you.
All I want for Christmas is just pictures of pictures of you guys.
Your mom's working on that. So I've got it. We don't have very many good recent pictures. I can send you the pictures.
My Facebook has pictures. You can just literally just screenshot it on a phone.
Oh.
He just wants to go home for Christmas, you guys. And you guys in chat are making a good point. If he says that he didn't SA the victim because of his medication, does that mean then, that's kind of what he's saying, if he wasn't on the medication, he would have? Wow. Pernille says that on the call, Tanner says, you know he's a daddy's boy. He's talking about his own son, who he named Chester after Chester Bennington from Lincoln Park.
Like, honestly, they celebrate their Christmas at their grandparents' house. They do all the presents and all that stuff the day before. So, like, go over there. I'm pretty sure they won't mind having you around. They really, you know how they feel about it. They love the shit out of you. Even though Chester will love you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Just give them pictures. I was going to be the one that didn't fuck up, baby. I was going to be the one that didn't fuck up.
Well, the people know that because they know you don't have any kind of record. The people that know you and know you're not that kind of person. I'm sorry for you. I just hope you.
I don't want people to be fucking sorry for my fucking son. I remember every Christmas waking up, wondering why isn't my fucking dad here? Through Christmas is wondering my mom wasn't there, but, you know.
Yeah. And, you know, I don't know, maybe we can eventually bring him.
He's already a visitor list. But it has to be a parent or guardian, and that means it has to be Kathy, because I know for damn sure Carrie's not going to bring him up here. So it has to be Kathy. She won't even talk to anybody, apparently. So Nicole is freaking giving me mail, and she's not.
You know, I think they reached out to her to ask questions about him, I think.
Well, if it's the detectives, no. If it's my attorney's office, that's the only person that she should talk to is my attorney, or somebody from my attorney's office. Like, that's the only person.
So it sounds like Cassie, his girlfriend, really didn't want to talk to him at that point. I understand, right? They did mention that on these jail calls it would be Melissa the mother, Jackie the grandma, and Cassie. At some point, one of the calls will have Cassie on it.
Anybody should talk to, including my attorney.
The Texas Rangers were asking about, and they were questioning.
Then decline, because that sensitive information has to do with my attorney.
So it's all recorded. And then it says something to your lawyer. Was he here a while ago?
Yesterday.
There was a bunch of people in here. I mean, the parking lot was full. It's all leaving.
But you need to write down Cassie's dad's number at least, because I know you have that.
Yeah.
So write that down when you try to give them the paper to put into my property, so I can have that number as well, so I can at least try. If I can at least try to contact Cassie and just give me an update, tell her how I feel.
Okay.
I know, it kind of got pushed the end.
This end?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Trust me, I wrote you guys a letter on using one of those. My hand hurts so bad afterwards. Like years of that guitar playing drums and playing video games came back all when I was writing with that little itty piece of crap pen. Yeah. So the people have you talked to Jerry at all? Jerry. Yeah. And you think he might be able to do something, but I doubt he would. Especially with how much Bill talks shit about me at the end.
Me too.
I love Pablo, but man, that was vindictive and uncalled for.
That's how he is. I mean, he was like that. His husband's mother died.
Yeah, Sammy. Yeah, I saw up about that.
And Josh Sullivan.
Yeah.
Her son had received a letter from him.
Uh-huh.
I think he wants to write me. Because he's been there before.
I've never been in jail like this before. So, like, some of the jailers get really annoyed with me. The others are just like, okay, you've never been here. Like, one jailer in particular, one of the sergeants, hates me. I spilled a drink one time, and she literally told me, "Whoa, better back up." Like, he hates me. Like, treats me like I'm not fucking human. But yeah, you need to write down her dad's number. So I can have that, so I can at least try to contact her. Like, that's a lot of things will go a lot smoother as far as getting numbers and stuff like that when I can get a hold of Kathy, because Kathy knows how to get a hold of all the people I know. Like,
I mean, okay. So I'll just tell her that. I mean, if I will text her, I'll call her first and see if she'll answer.
well, just write down her dad's number.
Okay. You know, I don't know that I have his number.
Yeah, you do. You talked to him before.
Huh?
talk to him on the phone. Then reactivate your Facebook just so you can message him. Please, for the love of God, this is...
Damn, bro. He really wants to get hold of Cassie, huh? Give us some space. How about that? Forever. At least we'll know he'll never, ever go home for Christmas. He's been in jail the entire time, since he was arrested on December 2nd of 2022. And he's either going to life without parole, to prison, or to death row, depending on what the jury decides. Pernille says he was saying, I've never been in jail like this before. Some people get really annoyed with me. One officer really hates me. He treats me like I'm not effing human.
Sorry. I just want to talk to her. I just want to see my son. Cassie is the only chance I have of seeing my son. It has to be a parent or guardian. So it has to be Cassie or her mother. And trust me, I would rather not put Carrie on my list, because she won't come up here anyway. Right. By the way, my attorney is potentially interested in working with Tommy. Oh, yeah? Well, at least, talking to him. Since Tommy's passed the bar, this actually might be good for him. Get some experience in that whole thing. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know how it'll play out, though. And I can only imagine what Jonathan's going through right now, because his brother went to prison a few years ago. Yeah. And I was best friend, and it's... Well, maybe since you don't have... It doesn't matter. What else doesn't matter? Right. Yeah. Know what I would be doing right now? Freezing my ass off in a truck, excited to get to an apartment. That's what I would be doing right now.
Oh my word. Do you know what I'd be doing right now? Freezing my ass off in a truck. Yeah, going home to an apartment. But you're in there. Why? Because you killed a little girl, Athena Strand. Pernille says that he says, I can only imagine what y'all are going through. By the way, I've got about, 9 or 10 more minutes of this freaking call because it's 26 minutes long. It was going to be like 3 minutes played, but then the defense objected and wanted the entire call played. So here we are.
Yeah, I know, trust me. I don't get underwear or pants. Not in this thing. Not until I'm off the watch, so, No, not in the least bit. My leg is made of the same material. Is it foam? No, it's essentially a blanket about that thick. Yeah, it's a bit cold. A lot of people in it? Huh? Yeah, I've seen a lot of people come and go, and all of them look at me like, that's the guy. Every single fucking one of them. There's this one like Mexican gangster dude, just looked at me like with this hate-filled rage in his eyes. Apparently, they might keep me from the general population being tracked around here, possibly. Yeah. I mean, I'm a bit of an introvert anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Getting 2 books from the library, hopefully they come in. One is a Star Wars book, and one is the second Harry Potter book, because they only have the second and third ones. They have all of the Twilight books, apparently, so I don't mind read through those for the first time since high school. That was really random. Why do you say that? Because the mom found a book back there, and she's feeding the cat. And that cat's gaining weight. Did she not take the cat with her? Did she take Draco? Yeah. Oh, I never thought I'd say this. I kind of miss that little shit.
Talking about cat litter? Are we literally there? Okay. Pernille says, Tanner says, him. I've seen a lot of people come and go, and all of them looking at me like, that's the effing guy. Apparently, they'll keep me from the general population the entire time I'm here. Make him go clean the bathroom a little bit, or what? Mm-hmm. And Pernille says, he says, thank you, Pernille. I mean, I'm an introvert, so... Mm-hmm. And now he's back to talking about the books he's reading, right? And then he's talking about cat litter, though? Okay.
I'm just a stupid happy little face when I walk in the door. Oh my God, here, oh my God. Oh my God, I got rid of George and Maya. I wrapped them up in a box and put them on the doorstep. Not really. Oh, it's not good. Your mom gave them two of the nurses at the methadone clinic. After they saw them, they go, oh, we want them, and so. Oh, that's good. Yeah. That's good. I can't wait till I can get a razor. Just shave my face because, like, it looks terrible.
He thinks it looks terrible because they shaved his face, or I guess they had him shave his beard. Mm-hmm. He's like, it looks terrible. I don't think that's the big problem. What it looks like. But okay, Tanner, keep talking.
No. I want to be clean cut because then shit like this happens. You know what I mean? Like the, I think it looks pretty bad, probably. He's pretty bad. That makes it worse when you keep picking it. Yeah. I know. Well, I just want you to know that many people asking about you, they're concerned about you. Who? Like, these are people you need to send my attorney's way. He needs many character witnesses. Oh, well, we will, you know, as soon as he says come on, you know, she's always wanting to get a hold of him because she doesn't think he's doing enough. But, you know, you're not his only client. Yeah, I'm not his only client. I'm actually his most high-profile client. He's actually working his ass off right now, as far as I'm concerned.
Does he think that makes him special, being a high-profile client?
Yeah, that's why I'm out of the cuckoo room. So nice, actually having a toilet. But hey, do not take toilets for granted. Do not. I even have a little water fountain. But yeah, he was asking me to even write down some names and stuff of, you know, people that could be character witnesses. I have Kristen and Charlie down. I have, you know, Shannon and Pastor talking to them from, you know, she's saying, you know, they just remember you being just the best guy, and she knows how you are. Bell jokes, they're all your that's yeah, trust me. It's one of the, quote, perks, unquote, of being autistic. Yeah. So, Tammy, or Aunt Tammy, she's very concerned, and, you know, she asked him, do you think we can do, or her do? Well, unless she has $1.5 million in assets and $150,000 in cash, there's really not much she can do except pray for me. Well, that's what people do. And has your dad reached out at all? No, for all I know, he's messed out and hasn't even seen the phone or news in like 2 weeks. He probably doesn't even know. Oh, I see him on Facebook. Messenger, not Facebook. You know, there's pictures out there. You know where? Yeah. And I tried to call him, and it wasn't a good number, I guess. What do you mean trying to call him? Well, to let you know about you. Of course, I'm sure he knows now. I'm pretty sure everybody knows. And this is definitely not a thing that's like, you know, like, according to my attorney yesterday, this is literally like national news. Like, it's not just like Texas news, it's national. Man, I always wanted to be famous, but not like this shit.
Whoa. Damn. He says, man, I've always wanted to be famous, but not like this shit. Okay. How were you planning to be famous otherwise? Do you know what I mean? Like, what was he doing? He wanted to be a musician. I think that's what it is. Of which he is not. If you'd like to hurt your ears, he has a YouTube channel. And he makes noise along to his favorite songs. Yeah. Oh, you wanted to be famous, but not like this. Well, now you are. Like this. Damn. At a death penalty trial for murdering 7-year-old Athena Strand.
So bad for the family.
Well, Dave, you can apologize. And of course, they're telling us not to reach out to him yet, because too soon.
Yeah, it is definitely too soon. I miss my son. I missed my son before I got arrested.
Yeah.
But yeah, you need at least talk to Carrie and see how she's doing for me.
A lot of them. And really put some pictures off that she sent me, and because I asked her, I said, I want to send Cameron some pictures. Can you take pictures, you know, like you always do of him? And there's one cute one, and you'll see it. It's got a backpack on, but the door wasn't. I don't know what he was doing, but he was so grown up. He was getting so big.
Oh, I bet he is. And every single day I notice he looks more and more like your old dad.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to kill Cassie. Just, when you can, please, just put your... Give them those numbers and tell them to put them in my property or my box so I can contact you guys, because, man, like... Get lonely. I feel bad for every time that I always put off sending Mom a letter back, because I do. I mean, then again, I'm not even in a regular cell yet. I'm still on watch, so I was like the last week and a half I've been under like in a surveillance type situation, you know what I mean? Once I get a regular room, I'll actually apparently have TV and everything like that thing. Took a little bit off of my last paycheck to put to buy stuff from commissary. Hopefully that'll come in. Hopefully my stuff will come out of the evidence room soon, and I can...
Sorry, what? His last paycheck, he wants that to come to him so he can buy commissary? When you killed a little girl on the job. Yeah, I hope he never got that paycheck, right? And now he's talking about, I don't know what, probably whatever other benefits he had on the job. He thinks he's going to get that? Wow. Pernille said, he says, I felt so bad for all the times I put off sending Mom letter packages. Okay.
Give you guys that order card so y'all can get Chester stuff, you know, presents, diapers.
Oh, would you look at his Chester's number too, or related?
I mean, you can try, but our phones are off right now. The bill's due on the 8th. Yeah, it's not going to do much good to give me her number now. Getting her number right after I would have got it would have been wonderful, but yeah. Oh, you can probably get her dad's number from her mom.
Yeah.
And then when I call you guys, since you're transferring your numbers over to me, I'll be able to attempt to call. And if they don't answer, then I guess I get that.
Yeah.
No, I remember who that was. That's the lady that hates me. Like, they can take messages. That's the lady that hates me. So if it was for me, that's why. They are allowed to take messages. She just literally hates me. I even talked to the NHMR lady about it. She said, we'll try to put a stop to that. No, it's not professional. She's an older lady. Ironically, her last name is Collard. I tried collard greens for the first time I was here, by the way. Oh my God, so good. Yeah. To me, it just tasted like, oh man, I'm actually going to be able to poop and not string today. No. So it's supposed to be on finger foods before I get HMR, right? Do you know what they give me? Applesauce, biscuits and gravy. That was breakfast yesterday, okay? You know what I had to eat the applesauce with? They had to scoop with a biscuit. Yeah, I know. I'm just glad I'm getting some reading material from the library, because holy crap, I need to put my head in a good fantasy book. I mean, I need to get myself detached from reality a little bit. But, yeah, as for the books that Mom's asking about, I just need, like, one on, like, you know, chakra meditation and stuff. That way, you know, I can, it helps when I'm having, like, an anxiety attack. Because, you know, being stuck in a box, you're gonna end up getting a little bit of anxiety. If I start getting that anxiety, I'll, like, sit down, meditate, try to block everything out, relax, it helps. But sometimes I have a little bit of trouble staying focused on that. So that's why I kind of want some books on it. That way I can learn how to be a little bit more focused on it. And
This is also way longer than 26 minutes, man. You know, I haven't chipped in that much, okay? We're already at, like 31 minutes. Okay.
This is going to sound very, very childish, but they should have box sets of the Dragon Ball Z manga. Manga is basically Japanese comic book, but like they have sets like chapters 1, 2, and 3, and 3, 4, 5, stuff like that.
Oh my word. He's already wanting certain anime comic books in jail. He wants Dragon Ball Z. Remember, he had a Dragon Ball Z backpacky and a matching lunchbox, which is one thing. It's quite another when you kill a child. Well, we're all looking at you, bro. What? And now you're talking about that right now? You just want some more of that? In jail. Wow, really remorseful guy, this, huh? Uh-huh. Ginger Snap, thank you so much for your sticker. Thank you everyone who's buying coffees and supporting the channel in whichever way it is, whether you like, share, participate, and all the things that you do. Thank you so much. Pernil says that he says, I just need to put my head in a good fantasy book. This guy. Wow. Show us the backpack again, right? Mm-hmm.
That would be a lifesaver. Dragon Ball Z, not Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball GT, not Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Z. The Z is my all-time favorite. Brilliant.
Your meditation.
Oh, no, just what I was saying just now. Just something on like chakra, meditation, stuff like that.
What?
Chalk. Here, you have a pen, you have a paper. So like, shit, I forgot. C-H. Have trouble?
That's it.
Let's take a short break. I need about 10 minutes, okay?
Yes,
Call you back in just a few minutes.
Yes, please. Stefan says, this jail call destroys pretty much all the mitigating factors on the defense. I know, right? Why would the defense want that whole call in? They were the ones that objected and wanted that all in. Damn, that was bad. Pernil says that he says just something about medications. Talking about medications and manga, and he said Dragon Ball Z, and then he talked about the Z, and then he said that's his other character. Oh, like Zero. Z? Inspired by Dragon Ball Z? also by a Christian rock band. Anyway, his alter ego, as he claims, right? Okay. So now, thankfully, we are a bit behind. What happens next? Why is it all blank like that? Listen here. Excuse me. Why can't we even just see the wall? Okay, wait. Just refresh the feed on other feeds, see. Yeah, that's literally what they're doing. They're just showing that. Okay, well, I'll make Athena nice and big here then, while we wait. How far back were we? Wait, we were only... interesting. We were 21 minutes behind. And the judge said he needs 10. What happened to the court feed? Interesting. Shame, poor Athena. Maybe the defense is, I don't know, doing what? Throwing a little tantrum? Because like, what? We didn't know that's all. You knew it. You asked for it all to be played, right? All of it. Wow. Miss Minnie said, not one mention of his multiple personalities. They only mentioned, that's my other character. But in the context of talking about manga. So, interesting. Sorry, that this is now the background that you're seeing. I do not know what's going on. What happened? What did Tanner do in the break? I'm just looking. In other chats, people are like, what? Even we, what is going on here? Hold on, let me check social media. Let's go here. Amy McCammon said, maybe the defense secretly wants this dude to be done too. Oh my word, if they end the day like that. Wow, I mean... Yeah, I can't see anything going on here. If they end the day like that, that's that's going to be interesting because, oh, was that too damaging? It's not even 3 o'clock yet, local time. Right? So. It was supposed to be a 10-minute break. And I'm not going to go anywhere right now. Why would we go anywhere right now? Just now they come back, right? We'll have to wait and see. Edith said judge asked for a 10-minute break. Yeah, but we were behind, and so they've been away for half an hour. That's the problem. That's the problem, right? Okay. Do you want me to maybe take this off the screen? How about that? I've got it on my sides. I can monitor. Let's see like this. Or why did they cut the cameras? Okay, on a court, on a break. Caught on a break. That's all I'll say, because that's all we know so far. Okay. Let's quickly see. Did they? Someone says they ended the stream for the day. Why? Not yet, not yet. That's still going. Moo Bruce said judge must have rage quit. I think the defense must have, if we had to just guess, you know. Oh no. Objection. This should never all have been played. Well, you wanted it. You wanted that all in. Now you don't have a case. Dan Ben said, wait, did they abruptly stop the feed? No, they actually went to break and never came back. Let me refresh this one. Let's see what people are saying over here. Okay. Okay, let's quickly see another one. Hold on. Excuse me. There you go. This one. Are they talking? Ooh, okay, sorry. Now, what are these people saying? Hold on.
In this guy's mind, he's got to know, Todd, he's got to know that, I mean, at a minimum, he's spending the rest of his life in prison.
It's just WFAA. I'm just going to see this quickly because they make some commentary and I just see people on their feed saying bye. And I'm like, what? Okay. Hold on. I'll show you. Stop it. Make it bigger. There you go.
But it's hard to imagine this jury not giving him the death penalty.
I agree with you.
Okay.
Today, you were...
And then?
See that.
You know, where he's, you know, talking about, you know, she tells him. what the bail is, and he,
Yeah.
then when he's told it's $1.5 million, he says, "Are you kidding me?" And then he gives his version, that he.
Watching a one-act play out, but it's got real people with real consequences and real tragedy.
Everybody just concluded? Stop it. You guys, it can't just end like that. What is going on in Texas? It's been every day, the end of every day in this trial. We don't know what's happening because they usually, when they say, "Can we approach?" counsel approaches and then they talk to the judge and then the audio is muted and then they never put it on. And then the judge is like, and then we're like, wait, what time are you coming back? What happened? I wonder if, I don't know, I'm just speculating. Why would they end the day early? I don't know. Why would they do that? 3 p.m., before 3 p.m., number one. Number two, is it because the judge has to listen to the rest of the calls? Huh? Or what? Someone says, that was rude, Your Honor. Oh my, okay. I'm seeing Court TV. It's still going. Okay. Jenny Lynn said, then again, the live view logo usually means they're done. I don't know why. I just feel like as soon as I'm like, okay, bye, I don't know what's happening, but bye, then they're going to come back. Let's just stay here for a second, right? L. Ross said they came back. Rewind it more. Okay. So.
Yeah. It tasted like,
Wait. Okay, we heard this.
Brilliant. Just what I was saying just now. Just like, yeah.
Stop it.
Let's take a short break. I need about 10 minutes, okay?
Okay.
I'll call you back in just a few minutes.
And then, I'll rewind it. We need to know. I'm so curious right now. Okay. And then somebody says they came back. Not on this feed. Not at all. Nope. This must be awkward. You guys are just you're just staring at me. Oh, no signal now. You're just staring at me and I'm just like, what? Sorry about that. What a way to end the day, hey? Just trying to figure it out with you. Slowly going through it to see. I want to believe you. I just don't see them coming back at all here. Sis, Judge, don't do that. Not at all. To the person, yeah, that said that they came back, what did they say? Stefan says, we're back on Laredo time. Oh my word, that trial, the Burgos Aviles one, is the one that started us defluffing, starting later than all the feeds, because like, oh man, that was a tardy trial, hey? Okay. Still interesting. Although, for me, the live chats are still going. Are they going for you? Okay. True Crime for me says, good job, Grizzly. You did everything you could. Combat Gremlin says, go to your room, Grizzly. Janet Murphy says, a Texas 10-minute break. Uh-huh. And Addie V said, it's only 3 p.m. Central Standard Time in Texas. Stay awesome. Said, I'll call you back in a couple of minutes. Is that what they said? So weird. Yeah, we've got the live view screen. They'll say like a Texan, huh? Law and Crime and Court TV showing the live view screen. I got that. I can show you it if you want. There it is. There it is. Which usually probably means they're done, huh? I just don't understand why. Somebody says they're coming back. Where? Okay. Kathy Russin said, thank you so much, Travel Diva, for emailing me. Kathy Russin on X said, Photo G disconnected during this break, it will be back. See? I knew it. They'll be back. Something disconnected. Oh, we got a technical problem. Oh, man. We don't mind. I was like, are we going to miss some of the jail call? Like, publicly. Okay, we don't mind. We don't mind, right? Okay, so let's just wait here. Shall we wait here? See if I can find that. Photo disconnected during this break. Ooh, what's that? No, they ended it. Hello, Adam McIntyre. A letter? Yeah. No, they stopped. They stopped, you guys. Don't even lie to us like that. Maybe they're going to start a new one. Oh dear. Couldn't get it back. Okay, that call just destroyed all the wiring and everything in the courtroom. Just done. No more of that. Whoops, technical problems. Gotta go. Gotta go. Is that what the judge did? Amy says, geez, Texas accent. Everybody stand, please. That's Tennessee, though. Hey. Okay. That's right. Pernille said, did they try unplugging and reinstalling? Okay. So, I think they're coming back too. No. Law and Crime ended their feed. Court TV ended their feed. Will they be back? Do we stay here? Probably gonna have to deflap this. Right, this end. Okay, so Eddie B said, is Tanner done? Is he just gonna say, fry me, don't make me listen to the rest of my calls? Hell no, I think he's got the audacity to put everyone through all of that, right? Okay, if you haven't liked the stream yet, please do that. I think less than half of you today have liked it, and that means YouTube's gonna tell me, listen, there were quite a few people watching here, but only half of them or less liked it, so you suck. That's the scorecard they give me. So please like it, not because you like the topic. Maybe you like the way I present true crime, or you want to share this so other people can see it as well. Stefan said the defense team was hyperventilating, needed an extra break. Michelle Clifford said they dismissed till 9 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you so much. Okay. Wow. Baloo's mom said local channel 5 said judge came back, said see you tomorrow. Why does he do that? Judge, why do you do such things? Don't we want to get through this trial rather, right? Interesting. Let's just do one more round. One more. Refresh this. No. Sorry. That was the feed already. I think they went. I'll see you tomorrow, guys. Hold on. Let's set up the stream for tomorrow so we could teleport there. How about that? So I'm first gonna just do this. Hold on. So I'll see you for day 6 then, right? Okay, so here we go. I'm putting it in the chat. And you can go there so long if you want to. Otherwise, let me just quickly set it up over here for us so that I can send you over there if you've got your autoplay toggled on. So hold on. We shall redirect to day 6 then. And if they come back, I mean, we'll come back. I'll come back then. If they come back, I come back. How about that? Okay, otherwise I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for your support. Really appreciate it. You make it possible for me to turn off the ads on these long trial days, you know, actually all the videos and everything. I turn off the ads, just pre-roll, no mid-roll. So it's because of your support. I really appreciate it. If you want to see behind the scenes with me, today I took you to the gym. I took you to the grocery store. I showed you my recycling. So that's all on Patreon. Okay, patreon.com/Grizzly True Crime. Savannah, thank you so much for the sticker. Thank you, mods, for everything you do. And I'll see you all, I guess, tomorrow then for day 6. What a weird ending. Another weird ending to a trial day. It's been consistently that way. All right, bye, everyone.